In 2024, it's the first ChampCar iRacing Team Endurance special event. 4 hours and 24 minutes of Daytona International Speedway in a beloved piece of American muscle, the Ford Mustang FR500S. Multiple teams assembled of 2 and 3 driver combinations. It means that we are going to see lots of names, some familiar ChampCar names, on the track today across more than 4 hours of racing. No one driver from each team can win it. It's got to be a team effort. The combination of strategy, of focus, and of consistency across this team endurance event that will see the winner take home $200 of ChampCar Endurance Series credit that they can put towards their next real-world wheel-to-wheel endurance race in the ChampCar Endurance Series. And what a racetrack this is. One of the most famous anywhere around the world. Renowned by sports car fans, speedway fans, NASCAR stock car racing fans, and also fans of arcade video games. Daytona, USA, known all around the world for nothing else, at least for that. Let's have a look then at all of the teams we have assembled for us and the drivers constituting them. So car number 3, Lizard Brains podcast, and that's made up of DJ Alessandrini and Paul Darling. This is potentially a very, very strong team, and they are top of qualifying at the moment. There's 10 minutes left of this qualifying session before we get into the 4-hour, 24-minute race. Next down the line, we find Hungry Geckos. They are Christian Peeler and Dennis Federation. And in ST Racing Esports, forgive me, I was looking in the wrong place to try to find the information on the full driving lineup of ST Racing Esports. Obviously, Chris Walsh is out on the track right now, and his teammate is not yet in attendance, but still, I'm sure will join later on. Trying to find the page for ST Racing Esports. Here we go. Cameron Martineau will be joining Chris Walsh. Pulling off the track just there, the team that are currently 4th in qualifying, the Team Huge Ass car of Alex Albert. Be joined by Sven Demmel later on in this race. There are 3 Spinny Boys for today's racing, and they have brought out a fleet of cars and an absolute multitude of drivers as well. The best performing of them at the moment is Spinny Boys Yellow. Per this, that's going to be Alex Harrison, Anthony Saletta, and Morgan Otto. Alex Harrison's in at the moment. He's off the track at the moment. There's a little bit of congestion around that section between turns 1, 2, and the first horseshoe in the infield of Daytona Speedway here on the road course configuration. And Spinny Boys Gold is Ron Wolf in the car at the moment, and he'll be sharing with Alex Coffard and Austin Tucker. So there's 6 Spinny Boys so far, but wait, there's more. The Spinny Boys Green has Evan Campbell in right now. Brian LeBlanc and Brooks Clayton will join later on. And Spinny Boys did almost all of the team endurance events last year as well. So they've back for more this year, which is great to see, and the prizes are even more tantalizing this year. It was $150 to win the endurance races last year. Now it's up to 200 Champ Car Endurance Series dollar credits that you can put towards race entries almost anywhere across the USA with Champ Car Endurance Series. Drivetrainer Motorsports, they're also back in the number 25 car, and this is home turf for them. Predominantly Floridians for Drivetrainer Motorsports. Carl Robertson and Bowie Suen together. Robertson's in the car at the moment. Bowie Suen is hanging around as well. Over at Legitimate Racing in the number 19. They're on pit lane right now. But they've got Trenton McMillan and Sean Fritz. And they might fancy themselves a new set of tyres as well. Slowered Expectations on track as well. A bunch of guys that are familiar with racing Fords as well. And they've got their full accompaniment of drivers on deck at the moment. Lee Martin, Aaron Reed, and Andy Kosick. So a handful of 3 driver entries. 2 drivers is possible, but a lot of drivers and teams combining with 3 drivers for this this race. If you've got a particular teammate or friend or someone you've raced against before, maybe you want to keep up to date with what they're up to, hjbc.live has our live timing. So yeah, head over there to keep across who's in what car, who's going quick, how long have they been in the car, what are their pit stop times potentially, because of course there'll be plenty of pit stops across this race. Sennhauser Racing Team, well, their namesake, Logan Sennhauser, is not in the car right now. It's Andrew Doll. And I think he may have been speeding on pit lane right there, because with a black flag with his name on it, lap times are not going to count in qualifying sessions while you have a black flag. Lizard Brains podcasts are up the top at the moment as far as qualifying pace goes. DJ Alessandrini, I think we're most familiar with seeing in Mazda MX-5s. Here he is across in the Ford Mustang. A little bit more weight, a little bit more horsepower, not much more grip. To be honest, they're not super wide tyres on this car, and they will heat up and heat up pretty quickly. And I think it's a warm day out there as well, with the Florida sun shining down. We did have a look at the track temperature early on, and it is toasty right now. It's 117. Fahrenheit. It looks like it's now down at 111, but that's still quite warm. Having a look at the sectors, I'm not seeing a great deal. I was trying to say, having a look at the sectors, I'm not seeing a great deal of improvement out there. Potentially a little bit for the 001 Spinny Boys Yellow. So their car numbers are 00, 000, and 001. So, funnily enough, alphabetically, that puts them last in this. Cars 1, 2, and 3. Oh, got a plane landing. It all just goes to show what I would know as Lizard Brain's podcast set their best lap on the one that they've just completed and are finding a little bit more speed now as well. Not long left in the session for DJ Alessandrini. And his teammates. So with the checkered flag waving at the start-finish line, it's the end of qualifying for the ChampCar iRacing Daytona. 4 hours and 24 minutes. Lizard Brains podcast are done. And their time of a 2-minute 2.2 is up top. Hungry Geckos, ST Racing Esports. A few of the teams left that could usurp them for the front row of the grid and for the pole position. Run to the start-finish line. Will we have a late change in the order? It's not looking like it is. There's no improvement for Hungry Geckos. Slow at X. Lowered expectations have a chance here with Lee Martin. And every team has set a qualifying time. There will be no improvement for them at the end of this session. So we get ready to go racing, and this is the field on the front row, Lizard Brains podcast. on the second. So continuing on the grid as best I can here with ST Racing Esports. Team Huge Ass, Spinny Boys Yellow, Spinny Boys Gold, Drive Trainer Motorsport, Legitimate Racing, Slow at Expectations, the BJs, Spinny Boys, and Sennhauser Racing Team. And that's our 12, all of them on the grid, all of them with a qualifying time. Remember, hjbc.live for the live timings. We get ready to get underway. On the formation lap, the field worked their way through the famous bus stop chicane and then onto the high banking. It always feels very, very odd at this slow speed, but shortly it will be racing pace for all 12 teams competing for the ChampCar iRacing Daytona 24 hours and 24. And they're ready to get going. The green flag's ready to be waved from the start-finish line. Once again, that front row, DJ Alessandrini in the Lizard Brains podcast car and Christian Peeler in Hungry Geckos, best I can tell for this race start. 12 Ford Mustangs, V8 engines, manual transmissions ready to go at speed on the road course at Daytona International Speedway for the first team endurance event of the year from ChampCar iRacing Series. The pace car is in. The green flag is in hand and waved as we get underway and the clock starts. Cold tyres for all, but a warm track will bring the temperature in very quickly. It's mighty toasty out there in the Florida sun. And the teams will work their way down in towards turn number 1, tightening as you pull off the banking and through the infield of Daytona International Speedway. No shortage of fans out there, the amusement rides going. But the real amusement is the race cars, the 12 of them working their way to the first horseshoe. ST Racing Esports are up into second as the Hungry Geckos go back to third. There's a little bit of too wide and struggling for traction with these torquey V8 engines out of the first horseshoe. Drive Trainer Motorsports and Legitimate Racing both moving ahead of Spinny Boys Gold. Spinny Boys Green have gone ahead of the BJs, but all 12 continue. A bit of a wobble through the high-speed kink from Team Huge Ass and Alex Albert. But for DJ Alessandrini and the Lizard Brains podcast team, it is picture perfect so far. Who's that going slowly? One of the Spinny Boys cars. Spinny Boys Yellow dropping back, but perhaps a missed shift in the H-pattern gearbox that these cars carry over from the road-going Ford Mustang GT of this era, side by side from the teammates on the high banking as they roll up to speed for the first time in this race. Past 110, 120, 130 miles an hour. V8 power revving out towards the braking zone of the bus stop chicane. First, second, third braking away. It's looking very taily from fourth place. Alex Albert in the 337. And then there's a bit of a checkup all behind this as well. We have a chance of 3 wide coming onto the banking to complete lap 1. Up on the high side, looks like Drive Trainer Motorsports have got Spinny Boys behind them, and it's Legitimate Racing who are in the middle. We have a chance of a bit of a sandwich here, and in fact we might get 3 wide here off the race start. More than 4 hours of racing still to go, but that's 3 wide, tussling for 4th, 5th, 6th, all amongst this. Making the spots is Legitimate Racing. Red, white and yellow around the outside they go. so wide out there, just getting back onto the pavement. And they made up a lot of ground through all of that on the banking. This is Hungry Geckos and ST Racing Esport for second place. You can see that your leader now has 1.7 seconds over second place, side by side through the fast and committed kink. Car on the inside often wins, and it looks like Hungry Geckos trying to get their second place back. It looks so slippery out there at the moment. This is a car that you can tune a little bit to your liking, move the brake balance around a little bit, but it's looking a little slidey, a little snappy at moments. So we continue to challenge here onto the banking. Hungry Geckos have fought from the inside of the kink around the outside of the second horseshoe, the inside of turn 6, from the infield road course up onto the high banks. They maintain their second place, now 2.2 seconds behind Lizard Brains podcast, who lead. Action through the bus stop. The 337 ends up shoveled wide. A few cars go round the outside. So, Legitimate Racing, Spinny Boys Gold, Spinny Boys Green, they're all able to take advantage of this. Slow at Expectations also coming in towards the fight here in what looks like a rather patriotic scheme. Spinny Boys Gold leads the train, remains up high, leaves the inside open to Spinny Boys Green, and this is 3 Spinny Boys cars. Close formation through turn 1 right now. Drivetrain are slow at Expectations and Team Huge Ass just behind. Legitimate Racing probably quite thankful they were able to get around this a lap ago and clear out, as they're now into 4th place and seeing the side-by-side in their mirrors between teammates, but Drivetrain are also sneaking through here. So in the green, Drivetrain and Motorsports will sneak through to make up a position or two. Now back out onto the speedway for this group, contesting 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. It's not the generation of Ford Mustang most known for its aerodynamics. They cut a large brick through the air, and as they reach speeds here in excess of 130 miles an hour, the car behind really does start to pick up a benefit, the high average speeds of their Daytona International Speedway road course. Drivetrain and Motorsports will look to slot back in line here as there's contact between 2 Spinny Boys, and one of them, Spinny Boys Green, ends up against the tyre barrier on the outside of the bus stop. Spinny Boys Gold spun around on the exit there, so that did not go well. They will not be getting gold in the synchronized swimming. Not in Paris or anywhere else. A few other cars then sneak through to pick up some spots through the carnage. Drivetrain go up into 5th. Alex Albert for Team Huge Ass comes back through here into 6th place ahead of Slow at Expectations. Now into 7th. And the key losers, Spinny Boys Yellow, Spinny Boys Green, Spinny Boys Gold, are now back to 8th, 10th and 12th respectively, and into pit lane, having made contact rather heavily both with their teammate and with the wall, Spinny Boys Green and Evan Campbell. A replay on that one, I reckon, would go a long way to explaining exactly how 2 Spinny Boys came together. Right on cue. Big impact there. Around the outside, and the teammate down the inside not clear. And the speed between the normal racing line versus needing to go side by side. Dude, here's how the other one went around off the nose of Alex Albert. So that's how 3 Spinny Boys cars all lost positions, with the big checkup that happened with the leading 2 cars in the pack going side by side. Big drama at the bus stop. No drama for the race leader, who has 3.5 seconds over this battle in second place. Christian Peeler for Hungry Geckos and Chris Walsh for ST Racing Esports. Work their way through the bus stop, and you see the pitch and the heave and the roll of these cars at speed and with the change of direction across 4 curbs at the bus stop chicane, carrying a lot of speed out in 4th gear potentially, then up into 5th, and really picking up the speed. There's a 6th gear in this car that doesn't get a whole lot of use. And you see the advantage that Chris Walsh is getting now, closing 1 car length, then about to close another, and really just towards the end of the straight here, really closing in very close, rolling out of the throttle and sitting in behind in second place. Both of these drivers and teams will be well aware of the fact that they've got the leader in visual range still up the road, but quite a large gap behind them to Legitimate Racing in 4th. So at that point you go, yeah, I can see the leader, but I can't see what's behind me, so we don't need to fight too hard here. And that might be the way that they go. It said Legitimate Racing in 4th is just ahead now of Drive Trainer and Team Huge Ass. Last lap, the 337 was a whole 1 second faster than Drive Trainer Motorsport, and that brings them right up underneath the rear wing with the extra speed that they've had, and right in close to Drive Trainer Motorsports. I think a plane's taking off now. The only thing that can match the speed and horsepower of the Ford Mustangs is 25,000 pounds of thrust from a CFM 56 turbofan. So it seems just a little bit of bump drafting happening through the field in places. A couple little sort of drafting duos. Second and third we were just briefly looking at, still as they were previously. And now a move out of that slipstream down the inside. The 337 Team Huge Ass Machine goes to 5th place. And both teams, both cars, close in somewhat on Trenton McMillan driving the Legitimate Racing car in 4th. So this gap closes up now that the bottleneck around 5th through to 10th has cleared up somewhat. Drivers can settle in towards something a little closer to a rhythm in their race pace. How about Sennhauser Racing Team and the BJs? So in the 104 car at the moment, we've got Steve Hermetz. And Brian Tidd is joining him at the moment. There might be a third driver for that car. So they're currently running 9th at the moment, having qualified 10th. And they have got the largest blue oval of anyone on the hood there. Here at second and third, I think we're noticing Chris Walsh playing the patient game, perhaps the slightly fuel-saving game. But Hungry Geckos, they might also be aware that's what's going on, and there's some gamesmanship here. Second and third. ST Racing Esports will remain third place as they work their way through turn one this time. The pace has dropped just a little bit for these two, out of the 203s where they were previously and in towards some of the 204s. Elsewhere, okay, down the inside, ST Racing Esports at the first horseshoe. I'm going to say elsewhere there are some cars deeper in the field doing 203s as well. So that's a pretty reasonable race pace by the looks of things. Still side by side, heading towards the kink in the infield before the second horseshoe. And if your car on the inside there and you don't get all the way clear, the car that goes around the outside will strike back when they have the inside at the western horseshoe. This is Team Huge Ass now catching Legitimate Racing for fourth, having a look around the outside of the western horseshoe. So a great point of action through the infield at the moment, with a battle for second, a battle for second, a battle for fourth, a battle for ninth. This is how the battle for fourth is going. Not a whole lot of fight. Team Huge Ass goes to fourth, Legitimate Racing drops back into fifth, and Drivetrain Motorsports remain within drafting range of them at the moment and have been lapping just slightly quicker than Legitimate Racing. This is forward from Drivetrain Motorsports. Ford Mustang FR500S has been on the iRacing service for a long time, and it is, of course, not a new car. We are a couple generations and a couple facelifts behind the Ford Mustang Dark Horse Cup car that some people believe may be coming to iRacing in the not too distant future. But one the little updates this car did get a little while ago just touched up some of the graphics and also made it possible to paint the wheel rims. So back in the day, you could have silver, silver, or silver, but now, you can paint them whatever color you like, and it's clear who has and who hasn't. Drivetrain are now behind Legitimate Racing in turn one and using the full width of the track before it tightens up here in the infield. Then look down the inside at the International Horseshoe for a passing opportunity. And get a little bit of side-by-side. There's not much traction out there for Legitimate Racing. Trenton McMillan now drops back into sixth place. There's a recovering Spinny Boys Yellow back in 8th, and there's Legitimate Racing, Slowered Expectations in 7th, but you've also got a recovering Spinny Boys Gold here. I think Ron Wolf is starting to pick off a spot or so. So we've got a little bit of a shuffle through the order, and some cars now, after a chaotic start, beginning to rise their way back up through the field to where their race pace would have them. Like Team Huge Ass, like Drivetrainer, like that Spinny Boys car, potentially even like Slowered Expectations. See on that one. Carl Robertson's got this spot that he was after, just with better drive traction. When Drivetrainer Motorsport race in the other rounds of the ChampCar iRacing series, each driver has their own unique little pinstripe colour to their cars, but in a team event like this, in a team event, they don't seem to have used one, so just green and black looking slightly more plain than otherwise. Again, no paint on those wheels, the default wheels. Mustang can look pretty good with black wheels. Looks pretty mean. I think there's gold ones on the car ahead, the 337. Need that side on. Subtly, maybe? Just a little bit. Yeah, that's copper brushed, something like that. Fight's on again between second and third. ST Racing Esports got ahead last time we checked on this. Now Hungry Geckos have moved back through again into second place, and the lap times for these cars have wobbled around back and forth as they've fought like this. Like I said, the two cars that are capable of doing lap times in the 203s. When they had their battle last time, they dropped into the 205s. Now we're around about the 204s, and you see ST Racing Esports up high trying to take some of the side draft to go around the outside on the high end of the banking. That won't yield anything for them. You can see how this isn't the quickest way for two cars to lap the racetrack, but it is a little more exciting than single file. Pace has stabilized a little bit for the 337, having caught Drive Trainer, passed Drive Trainer, then caught Legitimate Racing and passed them. We've got all three cars together here. Remember that forum.champcar.org has all the information if you want to join us racing with fellow ChampCar members and aspiring sim racers and aspiring drivers on the iRacing service in the ChampCar iRacing series. The iRacing League forum section is actually helpfully right up the top of forum.champcar.org. The schedule is there. The details of all of the prizes and how they're scored is there. So there are 12 sort of regular rounds plus 4 special team endurance events, of which this is the 4th. This carries a $200 Champ Car prize. So does every other race. And then the winner of the 4-race cup also gets another $200 of prizes. And that's what they're fighting for. Now, it's a long way to go in this first of multiple races. There has certainly been some desire to race from all of the drivers in this first stint of the race, with Chris Walsh now going through into this second place for as long as he may be able to hold on to it. Who knows? And to bring this up to say we won't always be racing in the Ford Mustang FR 500S. We'll have some others throughout the year. Very wide through the first horseshoe. There's no grip out wide, no traction out wide there. And now side by side with Drive Trainer Motorsports, Alex Albert yields 2 positions, and Team Hugeass goes backwards from 5th to 7th here. It's tough to pick out exactly a reason why. Some of the other cars we'll be racing in have either bigger fuel tanks or are slightly more fuel efficient than this Ford Mustang. The V8 on the banking can certainly sit through the fuel, and each stint will not be reaching 2 hours in this car. It will fall quite a bit shorter than that. Exactly how long, I think, remains to be seen based on how the drivers draft, how aggressively they want to drive, how much management they decide is going to be beneficial. A few times we've seen a few cars already look to maybe just manage it somewhat. So Kyle Robertson to fourth, gets tagged from behind. Legitimate Racing sends him into a spin through the bus stop. Alex Albert sneaks through. There's almost a second bit of contact on the way out there. It didn't look like Kyle Robertson braking too early as we looked at it. It looked like he had someone right up behind his rear wing who became disorientated. Here is the second look. Well, I can hear Eurobeat playing. Back in the live pictures now, Legitimate Racing, bit of damage on the front. Drivetrainer Motorsports, bit of damage on the rear. Drivetrainer are looking down the inside of the first horseshoe. The time that both of them have lost has allowed Slowed Expectations to close in. There are a few just slightly wounded looking Mustangs all of a sudden now. Again, it puts the 337 back up into fourth place. It puts this group of cars now not that far ahead of a Resurgent Spinny Boys Yellow. Although, just as I say Resurgent Spinny Boys Yellow, their last lap was a 206.4, while the fastest lap of the race for this car is a 204.4. So Alex Harrison lost a little bit of time to his personal best last time around, which would have allowed him to be a little closer to the fight for the top five, which cleanly gets through the bus stop this time. A little more separation between Drivetrainer Motorsports and Legitimate Racing. It's like a good exit for Lee Martin in Slowed Expectations. There could be just a little bit of extra drag now on some of his rivals after it was a decent hit. So we have Lizard Brains podcast leading the way from SD Racing Esports and Hungry Geckos, and then behind that, in fourth place, this is, I guess, a little odd for us, but in the car and joining us on the line is Alex Albert. A bit of excitement in front of you just a lap or so ago there?
Yeah, I wasn't really getting away from those guys. I kept making mistakes once I got out in front of them, and so I was just going to pull over and maybe ride behind them for a while, and then it looked like they got together going in the bus stop and had to avoid it, so ended up just losing more time, but it's all good. It'll probably come back to us later.
Good on track, bud. So, skinny tyres, American V8 power, pretty hot track out there. What are the mistakes? What's the key challenge at the moment in these conditions for consistency and pace?
Yeah, I think it's just not overdoing the braking zone. The tires will give you so much, and then that's it. And made some of those mistakes early on in the cold tires, and yeah, I'd say throttle application is also, something to consider, because this car will light them up pretty easy, especially if you use the second gear. So, you know, that would be another consideration. But yeah, I think really it's just backing up your braking zones and trying not to kill it like we did in qualifying.
And not an especially tricky gearbox, but it's no F1 seamless shift. You notice, how are your shifts? What are you noticing from everyone else?
Yeah, I've definitely been struggling with the shifting tonight. Or today. I don't know if it's been readily apparent. I think I missed one there on the start. Having an issue with the clutch, so switched to a button clutch out of necessity, and it's just taking a little bit to get used to here. A couple times I've forgotten that it's the button, but it's becoming more muscle memory as we go here on lap 14.
How do you rate the form you're going to expect from your teammates?
Come again with that?
You think you've got a good team together with the co-drivers you're going to have?
Yeah, hopefully. I don't know if he's cleared customs yet, but if he makes it here in time and gets his fire suit on, then he's always been a great teammate to me. So if not, I guess I'll just drive it till I get black flag.
And the checks have always cleared too.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I think we'll let you go. Wish you the best of luck, and maybe chat later.
All right, man. You guys have a good one. Cheers.
Does feel a little odd chatting mid-race like that. Legitimate Racing are on the pit lane though for the second car we've seen hit pit road. Spinny Boys Green was in earlier for some of their repairs. Legitimate Racing are in now, and I assume they've decided to call this a little bit early, potentially based around some damage, and maybe Trenton McMillan not feeling entirely confident anymore, and he's replaced by Sean Fritz. And of course, as is rules in the ChampCar Endurance Series, no driver can drive more than 2 hours. And I know we're within 4 hours at the end of the race, so maybe this is your strategy. You're kind of one more driver change from here to the end now, as Sean Fritz gets in. But again, it gives you a relatively slim 5-minute window that you're going to have to pit in to make that happen. Hungry Geckos and ST Racing Esports second and third. Still a little tussle between these two, and the gap ahead of them is growing, and the gap behind them still remains significant. They have 13 seconds to the leader, but are 17 seconds clear of fourth place. So, yeah, two teams with just a little bit of space around them either side. A Mustang has 4 hoofs, but a Daytona International Speedway only has 2 horseshoes. So we're going to have to find 2 more horseshoes somewhere to fully shod a pony. Fastest lap of the race at the moment belonging to the race leader. Then there's only 5 thousandths of a second difference for the personal best laps between second and third here, with a 203.565 for Hungry Geckos and a 203.570 for ST Racing Esports. And again, hjbc.live It's very short and easy to type, and will give you live timing of all of our HJBC broadcasts, both this and then other ChampCar iRacing series races throughout the year, and also when we cover the Spec 5 World Tour as well. A useful resource if you've got, say, if you're watching on your television and you want to check the timing on your phone, tablet or laptop, or if you're sitting at your computer with a couple of screens and you need something to put up on monitor number 2. Great little companion to the racing. Still not a whole lot of free space between second and third at the moment, but it remains Christian Peeler leading for Hungry Geckos. Lots of different types of geckos. There's hungry ones, there's insurance sales ones, there's the ones from Bridgestone that sell your tyres. I believe this car is on BF Goodrich's. What it doesn't have is rain tyres, and at the moment of the cars that get used in the ChampCar iRacing series, only one of them does have rain tyres, and that's the Toyota GR86. So a chance of rain for that car in its next outing in the ChampCar iRacing series, but no chance of rain today with this car that is not able to be used with iRacing's fancy and shiny new wet weather system that people felt was quite delayed, and even 6 months ago we thought it was going to be then, and 3 months ago maybe then, and it took its time, but has been getting overall pretty good reviews for how the track evolves, how the traditional dry racing line becomes very slick in the wet and the best grip becomes elsewhere. There are other sims where they have rain and the grip reduces, but it just reduces by 20% everywhere, and the driving style and lines don't change like they do when you actually race in the rain. It's front bumper to rear bumper. ST Racing Esport just hang in third place there. The fact file for ST Racing. They don't have a whole lot to tell us, but they were pretty keen. They were one of the first teams to go on and register for this event. Meanwhile, Hungry Geckos race a BMW E30 in the ChampCar Endurance Series. And it's apparently in need of a little bit of love to get it back to racing condition after Road Atlanta. But they hope to be back. And so again, always good to have this mix of different types of competitors in the ChampCar iRacing series. We have long-time ChampCar members looking to, add to their racing, add to their team spirit with us here on iRacing, and then also sim racing fans, iRacing members who are potentially aspiring racers with their eyes on the ChampCar Endurance Series. And this is a great way to learn some names, rub some shoulders, and potentially come away with a prize that puts you a step closer to going racing in the ChampCar Endurance Series. Elsewhere, two cars in close contention, Drivetrainer Motorsports and Slowered Expectations. And the guys from Drivetrainer Motorsports are actually very eagerly looking forward to getting as much practice as they possibly can in around Daytona, as they will be having their first ChampCar Endurance Series race in just a couple of weeks' time at Daytona for the ChampCar Endurance Series race. So great to have them here with us in the ChampCar iRacing Series, and looking forward to 1 week. They'll also be here in a green Miata. Sennhauser Racing Team are the next on pit lane. I think they're having a driver change to the namesake, Logan Sennhauser. No, now he's out and Andrew Doll's back in. And remember that your steering wheel is hooked hard to the left, my friend, before you try to pull out of that pit bay. I have this same problem in my garage all the time. I have to be like, now is this steering wheel straight for me to reverse backwards, or is it still a full turn of lock to the left or the right? Especially if my cousin's been driving it. So yeah, full service, Andrew Doll in to the 10, and the car pulls away. So 18 laps completed from the start of the race for Logan Sennhauser. Now Andrew Doll gets in. It was a weird little changeover there. I think Sennhauser got out, got back in, got out, Doll got in. Needs to get up to racing speed, and will. They are now a lap down, but with a pit stop under their belt and a new set of tyres and a full tank of fuel in the number 10 Sennhauser Racing Team. This is now the closest cars on track for second and third, and once again it's a cat and mouse game between Hungry Geckos and ST Racing Esports. Maybe it's a cat and gecko game, potentially. We have seen them fight, we have seen them go side by side, and then we've now also seen Chris Walsh in third place just settle into that position and that rhythm for the time. We're about to have 20 laps and 40 minutes of competition completed. So to that end, we have seen just a few pit stops, a couple driver changes for Legitimate Racing and Sennhauser Racing Team. And of course, your race leader has not been involved in any wheel-to-wheel battles really at all so far. Great start from DJ Alessandrini and Lizard Brains podcast. Means that lap by lap they continue to just slowly extend their lead around Daytona. And as we spoke to him earlier, Alex Albert's anxieties around his co-driver clearing customs, I believe, are now alleviated, as Sven Demmel is in attendance. And that opens up the opportunity at the next pit stop to make the driver swap for that team if they choose to do so. It's possible you could make your first pit stop, leave your starting driver in, but then they wouldn't be able to run too much longer before you would have to make another pit stop for the driver change. So having the opportunity and just, shuffling it around each time might be the way to go. I think we are going to discover that each team has some different ways to go about this once we start getting towards the end or around about an hour of racing completed. How about an opportunity here as second and third remain the closest cars on track to go on board for a lap with Chris Walsh and the ST Racing Esports Ford Mustang. Certainly a pretty exciting lap in the battle for second and third place. Chris Walsh eventually does get ahead, but he's right back under pressure once again from Christian Peeler. The lap completed and into the horseshoe they go. And in a surprise to no one, that last lap was not a personal best for either of these cars. The lead ends up at 21 seconds, and the gap to the car behind now at 16 seconds. So there was a time where they were not far away from the lead and significantly ahead of fourth place. Now they are a little further away from the lead and no longer really pulling away from fourth place. Something for both teams to keep in mind. And it would look like the Hungry Geckos have their other driver on the stand or on the wall, or maybe he's looking over, potentially providing some advice. But for ST Racing Esports, he's all alone at the moment. Got a slightly defensive line in the making right here. And then Christian Peeler backs it off a little bit. Doesn't, to my knowledge, have Dennis Federation in his ear providing any extra information or extra advice right now. And we had that pit stop and that driver change for Sennhauser Racing Team, the number 10. And it looks like Andrew Doll is maybe going now a lap down here to drive trainer and next to Slowered Expectations. So not for position here, the red and white Sennhauser Racing Team. Next up to try to lap Slowered Expectations. The Sennhauser Racing teammates have been friends since childhood and now both work for Honda R&D in Ohio, so also able to race together. So a lot of parallels for them, and they should know each other's style quite well by this point. You'd anticipate. So Sennhauser kicked it off. Now Andrew Doll is in the car, and the timing of that pit stop and the minute and a half it took is putting them at the moment a lap down to these cars that haven't stopped yet, next through Lee Martin and Slowered Expectations. So we saw Chris Walsh get ahead a couple laps ago, and Christian Peeler just not looking happy to sit in third, but sitting in third at the minute. It's gone back and forth a time or two. Lap times have dropped off a little bit for everyone in the field now, as we've had 50 minutes of non-stop uninterrupted racing on a track where the temperature has begun to climb a little bit again. The sun is out and we are at 117 Fahrenheit, so don't go walking your dog on pavement in weather like this. Seek some shade. I said very similar best laps between these two cars, a mid 203. So anything in the 203s is about their race pace. 204s is fine. But when they slipped out into the 205s, 206s, they were definitely losing time by the battling they were having. From Sennhauser Racing Team, Logan
Howdy.
Sennhauser joins us. Hello.
Just hanging out here. We're actually driving on the same wheel and pedals and monitor. We just have two PCs in the same room.
Okay, so how does that affect the strategy? And you've obviously made this relatively early pit stop strategy decision.
So we went out on the baseline, and I did not change our fueling settings. So we went out with about 8 liters of fuel, I think. And I think you guys are letting us do like 15 and a half. So it was an unintentional pit stop, but we're still out here having fun and learning and whatnot. So just happy to be here, you know?
Just didn't check the fuel gauge initially.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And with the using the same wheel and pedals, I have Drew hopping into the chair whilst I have to unplug all of the USBs and plug them into a new monitor or a new PC. And then we also have to click the pull the driver out all at the same time. So it's a bit of a juggle. So I heard we were at 1.5 minutes on the pit stop, and I think it should have only taken like 40 seconds or something like that. Is that correct?
Well, I have it's on the screen right now, a lane time of 83 seconds, a time in pit box of 47 seconds. So I was using the lane time because that is, the total time loss that put you in this being lapped position. Right. Whereas for what you're talking about, the pit just stop pit box time matters. You are the human KVM switch, apparently.
Yes, sir. That is my duty for today. It's a bit of a juggle, but we're making it work. It's fun.
And I suppose there's some advantages to hanging out together like that then.
There is, yeah. So we...
like he can get you snacks and vice versa.
That's the idea. We have dinner plans at some point towards the end of the race here. So whoever's not driving is going to go grab dinner. And, we're keeping each other hydrated, giving each other moral support. So, yeah, it's a good time. It's nice being in the same room, driving together. It's a unique experience, to say the least.
Perhaps back pats and shoulder rubs working their way into it as well, or is that?
Yeah, palm leaves, and I got a little personal fan that I'll hold up. I'll give him a mist every once in a while.
Hand-fed individual grapes?
Oh, maybe. I'll have to see if I got any in the fridge. That would be. It might be a little cumbersome with the VR headset, but we might be able to make it work.
It's the kind of thing that makes a man want to build some pyramids.
Something like that, I think.
And just briefly talk us through the choice of livery as well.
Yeah, so I think I've sent you guys
unofficial hydration partner.
Yeah, something like that. I'm more of a Bud Light guy myself, but the Bud Heavy livery with the Clydesdales on the side just really spoke to me. I've had a bit of a theme. I know I don't make it on the broadcast all too much, but if you look in the back, you'll always know which car I'm in, because it's some sort of beer-themed livery. I've really gone off the deep end with it's always got to be a beer. I think I've got on the BRZ or the GT86, I've got a Duff beer livery. We've got the Budweiser for the Mustang. I can't remember what I have on the Clio right now. And then we've got Acai for the Miatas, I think. So just, really sticking with that beer theme is the goal.
Of course, Asahi has that Karakuchi taste of Japan.
Yes, sir. That's when me and my brother we had the opportunity to go to Japan last year, and his Acai, he absolutely adored their beer. So I run that livery for him. He likes to pop into the streams a lot, so that was my little surprise to him to get something a little different out there,
And what's the year got in store for you as far as racing is concerned? What are you hoping to do? What's plans? What's goals?
Yeah, we're really excited. My brother sold me a spec Miata with a blown engine last year. We swapped the engine, and we made it to pit race at the end of the year. Me, Drew, who's driving the car, and Drew's dad, whose name is also Drew. It's a pretty fun one. We all three made it to pit race and had a ton of fun. We were like the slowest car out there, but we kept it out there. Went through a wheel bearing each day. It was a great time. We learned a lot, but we were happy to be there. We had a ton of fun racing with all the guys on ChampCar. The community is awesome. So we spent this winter. I've just kind of been, dumping. I have a lot of money burning a hole in my pocket right now, and I just didn't know what to do with it. So I figured I'd just spend, just oodles and boodles of dollars on this race car. We went ahead and did a 9 Lives Aero kit on it. Upgraded hubs and a few other things here and there. And then we're aiming to we're registered right now for Watkins Glen. I think that's next month, or I guess two months from now, almost next month. I think that one's in May. And then we're looking at Mid-Ohio, which is our home track. And I believe that race is in September. And then depending on how the finances shake out, we might try and throw a third race in there. But, it depends on how well the car holds up and how everyone's feeling and what everyone's schedules looks like. So, but we're excited. We're excited to make it to a few more races, hopefully be a little more competitive. We're excited to see everyone at the track, too. I've met a lot of really cool people through this sim racing league that you guys have put together, which we really appreciate. Specifically, I'm hoping I get to meet Mark Kruger in person. Me and him have a lot of really good battles, and he's given me a lot of good advice. I think Orlando Bloom, me and him are kind of close paced. I'm not sure if he makes it to the track, but there's a few drivers that I'm hoping I'll be able to meet and get to know a little better. So I'm really excited for the season. It'll be good.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you and all of your Drews.
Thank you very much.
We'll catch you later, and I'm sure you've got a bit more driving and plenty of USBs to plug and unplug.
Yes, sir. Thank you, David. We'll talk to you later.
So Logan Sennhauser of Sennhauser Racing, giving us a great insight into what 2024's got in store for him. These are the closest cars on track at the moment. Briefly, Lizard Brains podcast, we're putting someone else a lap down, and if I do the numbers, it must have been Spinny Boys Green and then the BJs. So a few cars behind them a lap down, including Legitimate Racing now. There's a bit of damage on that, Spinny Boys. It's, of course, all three of them having too much fun through the bus stop chicane earlier in the race. We've got Spinny Boys Green lapping faster than BJ's, and Sean Fritz in the Legitimate Racing lapping faster than Spinny Boys Green. So this is all closing up as well. 9th, 10th and 11th now just off the lead lap, which is the blue and silver Ford Mustang. I've worked it out. It's the BJS because of their combined drivers lineup of Brian, John, and Steve. And they've been racing in the ChampCar Endurance Series since 2010, which, of course, means that it wasn't the ChampCar Endurance Series, it was ChampCar for them initially. And so they're on the grid with us here for ChampCar iRacing Series. This is yellow and gold. I can't tell you what the difference is, but there are some between yellow and gold, apparently. Gold appears to have a lot more green, which is confusing to me. But at the moment, Ron Wolf lapping a bit faster than Alex Harrison, whom he has caught. While Chris Walsh hits the pit lane as well, so it's all kicking off now. Having passed 1 hour of racing from either second or third, wherever he exactly was at the time. Chris Walsh finds his way to pit road in the generous pit lane speed limit that Daytona affords with their very, very wide pit road. So the Spinny Boys swap. Chris Walsh hits the lane. Does he remain in the seat? Not seeing a swap just yet at the moment, but are seeing the 00 Spinny Boys Green Evan Campbell car getting around Steve Hermits in the BJS, while Legitimate Racing also close in. There is Chris Walsh still in the car, out of the lane, having refueled and assuming you would take new tyres. Be a little bit odd if you didn't. Track still super toasty, and he is back out and still on the lead lap as well, which is not a problem if you weren't, because the leader still needs to pit and you get it back, but just useful to have not lost that. Legitimate Racing run deep into turn one and use the acres and acres of pavement out there to just not run into the back of the car in front, just run out a little bit wide. Next to try to pass the BJS will be Legitimate Racing. Steve Hermetz is sort of slightly defensive there. Not great traction off the corner for anyone involved. The tail kicked out for the 104, but also Legitimate Racing went a bit wide, and there's an exit curb there that you end up jumping the wrong side of. It's dusty, it's slippery, it's not good for trying to put the V8 horsepower to the ground through the relatively skinny rear tyres. I think it's like 225s or 245s all round on these cars. They are not 290, 300 and something mil width rear tyres for the traction. It's painted wheels there. You've got the black ones installed on the BJS. Potential for a pass here, with Legitimate Racing right up against the yellow line in the apron, and Steve Hermetz up the high line there, and I don't think quite getting the same gear shifts as well, so they're now around the outside and behind. And Sean Fritz looks to take the red and white Legitimate Racing car ahead. Oh, but has a big checkup approaching turn one. Drama for Sean Fritz. That was... I thought he had the corner, I thought he had the position, and then he really slowed up early. Did he misread? Oh, and now we've got a slide, which doesn't quite become a spin, but nearly did, and almost to a complete stop for Steve Hermetz in the BJS, trying to put traction down out of the first horseshoe. Eventually does lose that position. More action on pit road for the 337 Team Hujas. Alex Albert in. You know, Sven Zemmel is around, so a chance of a driver swap, and a very good chance of a driver swap at all of the pit stops that we see now, including Slow at Expectations in the back of shot. There's the driver change. Alex Albert in, and Sven Demmel in. Slow at Expectations hit their pit stall just a tiny bit behind, and of course you can see the tyre change going on, but I do not see the driver change going on when I started that sentence, and by the end of it I do. Aaron Reed gets in. Fueling taking a fair bit longer than the tyres do, by all accounts. 40 seconds later, Sven Demmel rips just a little bit of a smoke signal and pulls on out of the lane. I think he's spec. No, this is good. He's good. No black flag. Okay, it's a fast pit lane speed limit here, and it's narrow, so the appearance of speed to this pit exit is still intimidating. Pit road speed is 55 miles an hour. The race leader is in. DJ Alessandrini brings the Lizard Brains podcast Ford Mustang to the lane, and they're also going to change the tyres round and add fuel. There's no Paul Darling to take over, so Alessandrini will stay in, and everyone else hits the lane as well. Hungry Geckos, BJS, means that Drivetrain and Motorsport, Spinny Boys Gold and Spinny Boys Yellow are the only cars we haven't seen stop yet. We very well might see them soon. Here goes your race leader. Also about a 40-second stop, so that seems to be how long the full tank takes. A driver change can happen in 30 seconds, and the tyres, they seem to be very efficient in 25 seconds or so. Now we have Hungry Geckos and Drivetrainer and Spinny Boys Yellow. So Spinny Boys Gold is the only car that hasn't hit pit lane yet. Lizard Brains podcast retained their lead. ST Racing Esports, with their slightly earlier stop, seem to have bleeped Hungry Geckos. Those two were, of course, inseparable for second and third for a whole hour. And now, ST Racing Esports is almost 4 seconds ahead. So that's one to keep an eye on there. Around this pit stop, there is what will become second place, ST Racing Esports, and Hungry Geckos is... pan? Can we get a pan? There is Hungry Geckos. Currently fourth, soon to be third when Spinny Boys Gold stop. Of course, a handful of driver changes happening as we saw most of the field on the pit road there. So no change for Lizard Brains or ST Racing, but a change for Hungry Geckos as Dennis Federation gets in. Change for Team Hujas as Sven Demmel gets in. Change for Drivetrain and Motorsports as Bowie Suin gets in. And a change for Slowered Expectations as Aaron Reed gets in. The closest cars on track right now are Spinny Boys Green and Legitimate Racing. And we saw Legitimate Racing potentially pit for some of the damage earlier. And also Spinny Boys Green likewise stopped very early in this race for damage repair. Wouldn't have taken much fuel then, so I think the 0-0 will have to stop again in the next 1 or 2 laps. Spinny Boys Gold, so the 000 running down the transition lane to their pit box. Ron Wolf brings the car in, and Austin Tucker takes it over with 3 hours, 13 minutes to go. Alessandrini remains the race leader for Lizard Brains podcast. Now every car has at least once been through the lane. There's still a few more just to sort out, like the 0-0. And then as they are on track, will be pretty true to their real running order. Yep. 0-0 is going to come in as the 0-0-0 goes out. So it's Evan Campbell bringing the 0-0 to the lane. And Anthony Soletta, Spinny Boy's yellow. Back in again. No, there's no... I don't see a penalty. I'm a little confused. They drove that car out. It's done one lap, and it's coming back in again for Anthony Soletta. Brooks Clayton takes over from Owen Campbell in the 0-0. And Spinny Boy is yellow. What do we... Did they have a problem? Did it not fuel as much as... Did it not fuel? Oh, it's 16 seconds. And not for the tires. It seems like fuel went in. Okay. Odd, but I think that's almost all of that oddness done. So Soletta is back out. Soletta remained in the car, and they just had a little bit of pit service that didn't happen that they realized they needed or something. Something wasn't quite right after the previous stop. Brooks Clayton is back out on track as well. The number 3 leads 26 seconds over this car, ST Racing Esports. There's third place just behind them. The gap closing last lap as Dennis Federation seems to have settled in very quickly to the Hungry Gecko's number 1 car. So a chance that battle could resume for second and third once again. And then the next closest cars on track are 5th and 6th, Drivetrainer Motorsport and Slowed Expectations. This is them coming off the banking and in towards the infield and turn 1. So Aaron Reed got into the Slowed Expectations car, and Bowie Suin got into the Drivetrainer Motorsports. And so in the previous stint, we look at, one car and we and another, and we work out sort of an expected order based on the pace, and then we have these driver changes, and well, things can change. And now suddenly I think we're seeing just a little pace advantage for Slowed Expectations compared to Drivetrainer Motorsports at the moment right now. On the speedway back straight they go, then needing to pick their braking point to dive in to the bus stop, now officially known as the Le Mans chicane, and the first Mulsanne chicane at Le Mans officially known as the Daytona chicane. So that's, cute. It's matching friendship bracelets or something. Bowie Suin's feeling just a little bit of the pressure, moving down off the banking to the yellow line and the apron a little earlier than you otherwise would. Aaron Reed with a bit more confidence on the brakes. We ride on board right now. Looking at the tail of Bowie Suin. When we spoke to Alex Albert earlier, he was talking about the challenge of the cold tyres very early on in the race, the first couple of laps. And so, of course, after a pit stop, where new tyres go on, it's potential that they're all back into that same situation once again. Just needing a little while on these tyres for the heat and the pressure to get into them. They are a kind of a similar tyre to what some teams might be used to in the ChampCar Endurance Series, where they are a treaded but predominantly dry racing tyre. And so with that kind of style of construction, they do need a bit of pressure in them, and they will move about a little bit when they're cold before they get that. but then also with the chance very much to overheat. Oh, we're on the gyroscopic stabilized cam. So just to let you know that, yeah, it is a lot of banking. I think it's so much banking that when you do the tour here, they won't let you climb it all the way to the top, because if you're a little old lady or something and you try and you fall, you will fall all the way down the banking from the outside wall down towards the apron, that distance of 80 feet or whatever it is. So this is the Spinny Boys Yellow not long ago, approaching that Le Mans bus stop chicane, in deep, sharp on the wheel, turning back the other way, rear tyres in the grass, spinning it around, flicking back the other way, catching it, and eventually carrying on, I believe. But just a few little things in that high-speed part of the lap coming together to continue to make it difficult to gather up the car. It's getting closer here. The damage appears to still be on the rear of Drivetrainer Motorsports, so they've saved their instant repair for later on. I think it's not so bad. We don't need to do anything about that yet, but you still notice that the rear bumper on the right-hand side is slightly dented. That's something Aaron Reed has a growing view of as he races closer and closer. Here's an opportunity to snag 5th place. Reed goes to the inside, down the back straight, approaching the chicane. No unwarranted risk taken by Bowie Suin there as he was on the brakes just a little bit earlier. And Aaron Reed takes lowered expectations through into 5th place, which makes them the most positions gained team at the moment. They qualified 9th. Now they move their way up to 5th. Aaron Reed clearly showing good pace now, just 6 laps into his stint. Sure is busy here, heading down towards turn 1. Hungry Geckos, Dennis Federation has caught Chris Walsh, ST Racing Esports, and they've both had to navigate their way through lapping Spinny Boys Yellow and Green, who were side by side and battling it out 9th, 10th. So change through a bunch of the spots. Battle back on. Last lap for ST Racing Esports, a 2:04.7. Last lap for Dennis Federation, the Hungry Geckos, a 2:03.5, and they make contact down the back straight. Chris Walsh is hard in through the wall. And that car's dead stick in the water, going nowhere. And it brings out the first full course yellow of the race. What's happened here? Federation closing. Goes high. Oh. So the leader is where? Just past where the safety car is. So the safety car will have to wait for the leader to go all the way around. Three hours left in the race. We have our first yellow. It's because ST Racing Esports, were they blocking? Were they helped? They ended up nose first into the wall down the back straight in the battle for second and third. We go up. The other car goes up, they go down. Now the pace car catches the leader or vice versa, however you look at it. So pit lane will not be open. We'll condense the fields, and if the leader pits, people will get waved around. If the leader doesn't, then no automated wave around takes place. And recapping, Lizard Brains podcast leads from Hungry Geckos, Team Huge Ass, Slowered Expectations, Drivetrainer Motorsports, Spinny Boys Gold, Legitimate Racing, Spinny Boys Green, Spinny Boys Yellow, the BJS, Sennhauser Racing Team. And it appears ST Racing Esports are going to rejoin this race with Chris Walsh. Now, almost 4 minutes back. Not an expert on these rules, but I think the pit's open this time. We're not long after a lot of teams just made pit stops, but a cheap or free one doesn't often come around. So deeper in the field, it could be a good option for the race leaders. Maybe not so much. So we have first and second in the train. And then the Spoony Boys cars that are a lap down. Then third place. Then the other Spoony Boys car. Yes, no, maybe? No. Then the BJS, then Slowered Expectations and others. Slowered Expectations hit the pit lane, so it is open. And Spinny Boys Gold also do. And Legitimate Racing as well. I wonder if we'll see any driver changes here. Potentially not, because a lot of these just got in. So we're 8, 9, and 10 laps into the stints, respectively here. Legitimate Racing a bit further in. Might change, but it's just new tyres kind of top it off situation here for Slowered Expectations. And Spinny Boys Gold. Still Aaron Reed, still Austin Tucker. But it's still Sean Fritz over at Legitimate Racing. Ka-chow. Field condensing behind the safety car. 7 on the lead lap. Legitimate Racing just stay on the lead lap, so they're gonna sneak around after that service and try to catch the field. The lights are still on the safety car at the moment. Today's safety car is the non-branded iRacing sedan. The Costco Kirkland brand of safety cars. Field passes pit entry. Now, do see lights out on the pace car. We're going to get this one underway again at the end of this lap. Lizard Brains podcast lead. That plane's coming in. Approach speed for a 737 NG is about 150 knots. So faster than our race cars at the moment. V8 Ford Mustangs are all about to roar back into life around Daytona International Speedway when the pace car pulls in, and DJ Alessandrini for Lizard Brains podcast leads them to the green flag. Pace car waits to the last moment. And so too will DJ Alessandrini. The green flag waves. And there is a little bit of consternation through the back of the field there. And the whole field will work their way down towards turn number 1. And the move is on for second place as Sven Demmel looks around the outside of Hungry Gecko's Dennis Federation. Potentially going to run out of space there, but he wants to try to keep the inside, approaching the horseshoe. Everyone's tyres will have cooled off. For some teams, they've got new tyres on. Since battle for second, the shallow line there seems to get good traction when you straighten the car up. It does look like Tim Hujas have gone through to second place. Drive Trainer Motorsports are up there in 4th, ahead of Slower. There's a couple of lapped cars still in between. Some of the Spinny Boys cars there between Drive Trainer Motorsports and the next for outright position. Slowered Expectations, Spinny Boys Gold, and then Legitimate Racing. Still tight for second and third. Coming out of the infield and onto the high-speed banked sections of the racetrack. Long straights, full throttle around here. And in this long full throttle blast, the gaps close up all through the field at our first resumed lap of racing action. Bouncing across the curbs, the change of direction. Leader stays 1.1 seconds clear of Hujas and Hungry Geckos. Drive Trainer back and forth. A few lapped cars, or cars maybe trying to stay on their lap. And that's the side-by-side back here through the field. Particularly Slow at Expectations in 5th will want to work their way through here if they can, because the next car for position for them is Drive Trainer up the road. The next car for position behind is Spinny Boys Gold, who's going to look to the inside of them for position there, 5th and 6th. And it looks like Austin Tucker will take Spinny Boys Gold up into 5th, ahead of Aaron Reed in the Slow at Expectations Mustang. Here we have our top 3 bolting away from the rest of the field. A little wide through turn 6, coming out onto the banking. Perceptively tough corner. It's flat, but it opens up a little bit on the exit. You need to get to full throttle early, and you're at full throttle with still a reasonable amount of steering angle in as you then head out and onto the banking, and it can be easy to pitch into a bit of a slide there. This car doesn't like you asking it to do two things at once, be that braking and turning, accelerating and turning, and changes the direction here through the bus stop. Show that. And Zemel endeavours to defend the second place that he fought to gain off the restart, and to try to stay within 1 second of DJ Alessandrini, the race leader, to try to stay with the slipstream. Some side-by-side deeper through the field as well. I think this is Drivetrainer Motorsports lapping. Indeed it is, as they're up high on Spinny Boy. No, for position with Austin Tucker, Spinny Boy's Gold, who's gotten to the inside of him. Okay, so this is Austin Tucker trying to go up to 4th place, and this is 4th and 5th, side-by-side on the tri-oval, past the start-finish stand, and on their way towards turn 1. Oh, and there's a tiny bit of a touch. I might have the car numbers wrong as well. Now Spinny Boy's Gold is through, whichever one that is. One of the three. Drivetrainer Motorsports and Slowed Expectations together now as well. So there's Spinny Boys, Drivetrainer, Slowed. Plenty of dust getting kicked up on the exit of the horseshoe. In comes ST Racing, and Chris Walsh is battling for position with the Spinny Boys yellow car that is also in this. So really, there's the battle on the lead lap, there's the battle the lap down, and each of them is a 3-4-way fight in this field, and it's difficult to dissect, and perhaps a little difficult to explain as well. First, second, and third is way easier because they're out front, they're first, they're second, and their third, and 1.3 seconds covers all of them heading towards the bus stop. In this monstrosity, someone runs wide off the change of direction, bad ride over the curb, and this is not a car that has great ride control. It's that Spinny Boy's green? Spinny Boy's yellow, apparently. With Anthony Saletta. The lead gap is down to 0.3, and the pace is as ferocious as we've ever seen. The cloud has come across, the track is cooled, new drivers are in, the tyres are relatively fresh for all, and we have a new fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.736 from Hungry Geckos, but they all the top three did a 2:02.7. The lap just completed. No, Sven Demmel did a 2:02.6, but he was a cheeky boy somewhere, potentially the exit of the bus stop, and he picked up an off track somewhere around. But he closed a 10th on DJ Alessandrini, and this lead gap continues to compress, and their immense speed, as fast as anyone's ever gone throughout this whole race, sees them pulling away from 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. I think it's starting to sort itself out somewhat through that part of the field as we go as well, because this is no lapped cars involved. Slowed, Drivetrainer, legitimate 5th, 6th, and 7th. Once again, hjbc.live for the live timing as well. It is close and it is spicy, as we're only a couple laps, 5 laps back racing since the first full course caution of the race, brought out as ST Racing Esports went nose first into the barrier on the back straight, and their engine was instantly no more. This is legitimate racing, and Sean Fritz in the tow of Bowie Suin through what would be speedway turns 3 and 4. coming around to the start-finish straight and the tri-oval at Daytona. Bowie Suin moves down low early, offers the high side to Sean Fritz. There's not a whole lot that high side can achieve breaking into turn one, unless they both run a little bit wide, a little bit deep, which they do. Sun's starting to come back out, so some fluctuation to the track temperature, but it is not the 117 that it once was. It's now a very manageable 107. Top three as close as ever. Now back into the 203s, a 203.1 for the race leader, 203.2 for the cars trailing behind. But they did all reset their personal best laps of the race in some of the previous laps. And there is a challenge for DJ Alessandrini, who can't run too much longer through this stint. I did see his teammate in Lizard Brain's podcast car did arrive, so Paul Darling will have to get into that car shortly, whereas for Hungry Geckos and Team Hugeass, they both seem to have put a quicker driver in than they had beforehand into the car after their first round of pit stops, or at least definitely no step backwards taken. It's creating great pressure up front on a race leader who was able to bolt away off the initial race start, less able to do so right now in the slipstream, playing its part. The cars behind following best they can. And I see Team Hugeass with, that's 3-4 miles an hour more just at the end of the straight. So they really do start to wind it up, really punching through the air at speed. Just in that later part, the cars behind, within about a second or so, can get 2-3 tenths for free to either close up or keep themselves in contention. And to that end, there is less than 1 second to cover first, second, and third position. Spinny Boys Yellow are on the lane. So plenty of battles right now, but a big mix of strategies to be had. Slowered expectations are the most patriotic livery, I think, out there, depending on how much you like Budweiser, in which case maybe that's more patriotic. But Drive Trainer and Legitimate Racing are super close right now. The mainly white, red and yellow Legitimate Racing car was right up behind the green and black Drive Trainer Motorsports car, but Bowie Suin's got a great run through the chicane that lap, and it's taken some of the pressure off from behind, gotten him closer to his main rival. The lead's never been closer either. And this is it with Alessandrini, Demel and Federation in Lizard Brain's podcast, Team Hugeass and Hungry Geckos, respectively. There's really not much for it right now. Also seen ST Racing Esports fighting their way back into this as well. So Chris Walsh still showing the speed that had him in a podium position. And he has passed the BJS, past Spinny Boys Green. It's now the best placed car off the lead lap. And got a couple of cars in front of himself that he's going to unlap himself from as well if he keeps going as he is. There are, therefore, 3 battle packs on track right now. The one for the lead, the one for 5th, and also this is 8th and 9th right there. This is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at the end of the first blast of straightaway, then into the bus stop chicane. Drive Trainer, a sandwich between Slowed and Legitimate. And this is another group of 3 cars of relatively similar pace, where the slipstream seems to be doing what it does on the high banks of Daytona and just drawing the cars together into packs and making separation difficult. Race leader pulls into the pits. Right on time. For Lizard Brains podcast, DJ Alessandrini is going to bring the Lizard Brains podcast Ford Mustang to pit lane for the 2nd time in this race. And we have to assume his only teammate is standing by. So looking potentially for Alessandrini out, Paul Darling in. And then on the banking just nearby, we briefly have 3 wide between Slowed expectations. Drive Trainer tried to make the move. Legitimate went wide, cut back underneath, got good traction. Ripping 3-way fight. 3-way fight for the lead. Now separated as the driver change hadn't happened yet for what was the leading car, and it unleashes 2 cars that stopped and made driver changes at their first pit stop. And it puts Team Huge Ass to the lead with Sven Demmel, and it puts Dennis Federation now up into 2nd place. Hungry Geckos. My favorite thing about geckos is having them in my house. Because when there are geckos in my house, there are not spiders in my house. Because the geckos eat all the things that spiders eat without being spiders. So I'll tolerate geckos all day long. Now it's super close. Demmel moves up high, offers the race lead to Hungry Geckos and Dennis Federation. Well, there we go. So now 3 different teams have led in the space of the last lap. Lizard Brains podcast, then Team Huge Ass. Now Hungry Geckos lead the way in the ChampCar iRacing Daytona 4 hours and 24. Of course, all of that. Lizard Brains podcast rejoined the race in 7th position, 52 seconds behind the race lead, with Paul Darling now driving. It's got Sennhauser Racing Team not too far behind. And Morgan Otto is cutting his first laps as he's gotten into the Spinny Boys yellow Mustang. It's got a bit of understeer boys going on in turn 1 right now, as I think that's the first time he's been through turn 1 rather than the pit exit. So with the pit stop from what was the race leader, obviously Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass moved up a spot and then swapped. Spinny Boys Gold then goes to third, Slowered Expectations to fourth, and Drive Trainer to fifth. So it kind of elevates this battle, fourth, fifth, sixth. That is the three cars you can see right here. Spinny Boys Green and Spinny Boys Gold both have slowdown penalties from cutting the chicane. That's why they were both up on the high line there. Spinny Boys Gold haven't cleared theirs yet. Spinny Boys Green have cleared theirs. So while they are a lap down, they are quick cars. They were pulling away from Slowered, Legitimate, and Drive Trainer, but now they find themselves falling back and staying out of the way of the 4th, 5th, 6th place battle. And of course, one of the other cars, it was Spinny Boys Gold, I think, that picked up a slowdown there as well. Yes, they did. And so they were running third. It brings them back towards 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's spicing up once again. BJS are in. We're going to get Brian Tidd in the 104. And that means we will have seen all. No. We have seen the S, and we're about to get the B, but we have not had the J quite yet in the 104. So the out of position car here is that Spinny Boy. This is all for position here. Sven Demel offered the race lead to Dennis Federation, has sat right underneath his rear wing, right at his rear bumper, in the prodigious draft that the banking offers and the speedway and the long straights, the long full throttle blasts of Daytona offer. Now maybe is he moving around just a tiny bit more. Slowered going for a position around the outside of Spinny Boys Gold in the tri-oval. Always think the inside's where the grip is, and Austin Tucker comes off looking a little cleverer than Aaron Reed that time. Good attempt to try to sniff out a podium position. Brings Drive Trainer in, but Bowie Suin crosses back to the outside. Legitimate Racing just dropped back a couple of car lengths here. Suin is not willing to let that Spinny Boys car back on to the lead lap and unlap itself from him, while he's still so closely involved in battle with two cars for position directly in front of him. Sennhauser Racing Team are on the lane, and maybe one of the Drews will get out and the Logan will get back in. Definitely those tyres aren't going to last forever. I'm pretty sure it's just the two guys, so this is the long driver change procedure that was discussed with all of the hot swapping and USB video replugging. That if they can get it done in 40 seconds, I think they've done it well. And Logan Sennhauser will try to get back in and drive again. 44 seconds that stop, not too much time lost. That is a well-drilled pit crew changing monitor, keyboard, wheel, driver, tyres, refueling. And Logan Sennhauser will get back out there. This is always an awkward position to be in. How much right do you have to try to fight to unlap yourself when you're slightly quicker, but it was your own mistake that saw you drop behind? Now you're asking, can I get back past, etc., etc. Let's see exactly how this plays out between Bowie Suin, who you see locking up just slightly in the Drivetrainer Motorsports car, and the Spinny Boys Green car of Brooks Clayton that he has just immediately behind him at the moment. ST Racing Esports are on the lane for their driver change just in time. It's been 2 hours of racing. Cameron Martineau is in from Chris Walsh. It's 2 hours of racing complete. No drivers who took the green flag remain. It's all driver swaps through the field. And we have a slightly jumbled order. This is the view from second place. Sven Demmel, who took over from Alex Albert. He is so very, very closely tailing Dennis Federation in the Hungary Geckos car, who took over from Christian Peeler. Right on board now in the 337 around Daytona, and just keep a close eye on what's happening with the race lead for the moment. Tiny little couple touch and go moments going on through the field. Gap for the lead remains minuscule between Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass, and we were looking at Slowered Expectations and Spinny Boys Gold, but as they approached a bit of lap traffic, I think it was, there was perhaps a little bit of a balk. Same for Drive Trainer. Actually, it might have been Drive Trainer and Legitimate that now have Spinny Boys green in the middle. The three cars that have gone the longest since their last pit stop, knowing that quite a few cars did stop under the caution, but some didn't, particularly the couple of cars out front. So Hungry Geckos, Team Huge Ass, and Drive Trainer Motorsports with only one stop in this race, while there are a lot of other cars that have made two, as they had their first stop and then 30-ish minutes later, oh no, more like 15 minutes later, the caution came out and they opted to stop again. Spinny Boys Green now fighting much harder to try to get their lap back off of Drive Trainer Motorsport, and not getting it. So they sat and rode for a while here and are now no longer happy with the pace that Drive Trainer are doing, and potentially like to get around, though they haven't had a great exit off the bus stop, and now they're in this precarious position where are they preventing Legitimate Racing from fighting for their position rightfully with fifth place Drive Trainer Motorsport. It's just an awkward little spot to be in when you're a lap down, but similar pace to these two cars near you that are fighting for position. You can understand the frustrations of all parties, the car that would like to get a lap back, the cars that are trying to battle for position, but have got a car one lap down to them that is in the same part of the track as them and a very similar pace to them. So, in my limited expert opinion, I think I'm seeing a lot of Brooks Clayton sort of have a look. So can I pass here? Can I go? And then, no, you're not going to let me, you're not going to hand it to me, so I won't. And then have another look, and then eventually hoping that they won't have to forcefully make a move, but they'll present to Drive Trainer Motorsports that, in fact, I maybe could be a little quicker than you. And if I can be consistent enough, I should like to get back around. Normally, in racing driver speak, that just translates as, what's this idiot doing? Come on, let me go. What's this idiot doing? So now we have side-by-side once again, and I'm pretty sure Bowie Suin offered up the inside line into the chicane, rolls out of the throttle a little earlier, brakes a little earlier, and is now just hoping that Brooks Clayton can clear off into the sunset with a little more speed and consistency than earlier on. Next car up the road for position, Slowered Expectations, is the most positions gained of anyone in the race. 5 from where they qualified in 9th. And they've still got Andrew Kosick to drive yet in this car, having had Lee Martin start and complete 32 laps. Aaron Reed's now completed 29 laps, and so will soon match Lee Martin's total. Third place is Spinny Boys Gold, and Austin Tucker's last lap, as you can tell from the graphic or from hjbc.live, just 1/10 quicker than Aaron Reed behind. They are now, though, 33 seconds behind the race lead, so the pace is consistent and rapid from Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass. Their key rival in the speed stakes has been Lizard Brains podcast. Now that Paul Darling is in, last lap here a 2:04.2, so not really affecting an undercut on the cars that they were battling for the lead in that three-way fight before Lizard Brains podcast had to stop. Remains 52 seconds behind the race lead for Lizard Brains podcast at the moment. Brooks Clayton looks like he has managed to begin to clear out and clear off from Drive Trainer and Legitimate Racing. And that's what you see here through Speedway 3 and 4, coming back around to start-finish line, the pit complex, all of that. Talking about that, the cars that have made the most pit stops are ST Racing Esports and Spinny Boys Yellow with 3. Well, then most of the field is on 2, and your cars that are currently the race leaders are on 1 each. Not far away from a few cars needing to make a green flag pit stop. Now, if they didn't pit in the last caution, and their previous pit stop was from before that, then they will have saved a bit of fuel behind the iRacing safety car doing 60 miles an hour. Yes. That's the pace car speed, I think. Yeah. So while everyone's initial stint of the race was sort of 32, 33, 34 laps, as the extent of the tank, Brooks Clayton, why did I say you'd reached consistency? He spins off from the second horseshoe and is now back the lap down behind Bowie Suin in Drive Trainer Motorsports that he fought so hard and persistently to try to get to the replay of it, I guess, but it's just the problem with the age of the tires, the traction zone, and just as he goes to pick up the throttle there, it gets a little sideways, it remains a little sideways, and eventually snaps out on him. Bobby Suin no longer has a buffer though between himself and Legitimate Racing, 5th and 6th. Good exit from Legitimate Racing. Spinny Boys Gold has a slowdown. Is that going to affect 3rd and 4th? I still see it. I still see it for Austin Tucker. And that's gone. Sure. If that did lose them as much time as I was expecting, they'd remain 2 seconds ahead of slowered expectations. Yeah, not far away from a couple of cars making green flag stops, particularly the race leaders. It's clearly the intention of Tim Hujas and Sven Demmel to save as much as possible and maybe run on longer than the Hungry Geckos, who've been leading the way now for multiple laps. That multiple of laps being probably about 12 or 11 since Lizard Brains podcast pitted. Couple of Floridians popping in there. some fastest laps throughout the field on the last lap. 203.8 for both of these cars. 204 flat for Lizard Brains Podcasts in 7th. 204.3 for ST Racing Esports. They are just the one lap down at the moment in ST Racing Esports and carrying more fuel than the leaders. Now, I don't think the leaders pitting will put ST Racing Esports back on the lead lap, but they're not that far away or out of it yet, and they are ahead of the BJS, Sennhauser Racing Team, and Spinny Boys Yellow. Each race counts from these enduros as well, because we'll take the results and score it like golf. So then we'll get to the next team enduro later in the year, and then the third, and then when we get into the fourth one, it will function like the ChampCar Endurance Series National Championship has at times, where with the two best results prior will be taken, and then in combination with the result of the final race, the three best results there award an extra prize and championship. So the next team enduro is not all that far away. It's going to be Saturday, May 11th, Watkins Glen International, with the Porsche and BMW GT4s. So a little bit of Cayman and 4 Series, the successor to the E30 if you follow the lineage. That will be interesting, no doubt. Great track, popular track. Some interesting new cars for the ChampCar Endurance Series. Then the next sprint race is April 17th, Silverstone Toyota GR86. Chance of rain. Remember that forum.champcar.org's got the full schedule, got all the information. There is never a bad time to join us in the ChampCar iRacing series, because you can still win prizes in every team enduro coming up. You can still be scored for the summer and fall participation and have your name in the draw to win some great prizes. Here's legitimate racing around the outside of Drivetrainer Motorsports, heading towards turn 1 in the battle for 5th and 6th position. We have not seen many moves around the outside of turn 1 work fruitfully. There seems to be a little bit of build-up out there, and they are being caught rapidly by Lizard Brains Podcast, who I can now see in the back of shot as well. So this will get interesting, and potentially in short order as well. There's Paul Darling just appearing up behind. 1.5 seconds faster than Drivetrainer last lap as well, so closing significantly as we go. Look how quickly Lizard Brains Podcast have been able to close in on Drivetrainer Motorsports and legitimate racing. It's a quick Ford Mustang that led the way early, was part of the leading 3, and still has the most laps led of anyone when it was in DJ Alessandrini's hands. Paul Darling still appears to have the better part of all of that speed, as well as he's going to quickly coast up to legitimate racing and try to go around the outside here if they can. Is there a car width to drop down to the inside? There isn't. He'll still have to get held around the outside of turn 1. If he gets around legitimate racing, looks to chop down underneath Drivetrainer if he can. He's right to the rear bumper of Drivetrainer, and as they approach the hairpin, here comes the move. The outbraking attempt down the inside, getting snugly to the apex in the inside line and off the corner. That's where all the traction is as well. Prodigious amount of overspeed, 2 positions gained. Lizard Brains podcast now back up into 5th place. Race leader did 33 laps in their first stint of the race, Hungry Geckos, and have now completed 33 laps in this stint. Again, a bit of fuel saving will have happened with the full course caution, but Tennis Federation is carrying on for at minimum one more, with Team Huge Ass's Sven Demmel behind, who pitted 35 laps ago when he took over from Alex Albert. And their lead over 3rd place is now out to 42 seconds. It's the continuous and relentless pace and consistency in the 203s that these two have done now for almost the better part of the last 45 minutes. Yeah, almost 50 minutes. Someone's heading for pit lane. I think. Oh, it's Legitimate Racing. Not able to get around Drive Trainer. They're in right now. And looking at the clock, I think the driver who gets in now could legally go to the end if they desired as well. Sean Fritz is headed for the box. Oh no, it's because they have a black flag. Or did they get the black flag on pit entry? There is a black flag for this car. Sean Fritz and Trenton McMillan. Trenton McMillan gets in, taking over from Sean Fritz. If this car is held a further 40 seconds in the box for an 80-second pit stop time, we'll know that it was probably speeding on pit entry. Maybe I'll go back and try to check. But this is, from best I can tell, going to be a long and extended stop for Legitimate Racing as Fritz gets out and McMillan gets in. So pit lane speed limit is 55 miles an hour. And our leaders are in. Yeah. Sean Fritz was doing more than 55. That's why he got penalised. There are no dramas for our race leaders. Legitimate Racing go after being held an extended amount of time for their infraction. They will get out and remain on the lead lap, as you see the leaders both in their boxes and both taking a driver change. So Alex Albert gets in the 337 and Christian Peeler gets in the Hungry Geckos number 1. Spinny Boys Gold stopped underneath that yellow we spoke about, so they've still got fuel to go. And Austin Tucker goes through into the lead just ahead of Aaron Reed, not too far ahead of Paul Darling. Where these two come out relative to Paul Darling might be interesting for comparison's sake. There goes already the Lizard Brains podcast car. They only took 30 seconds of fuel when they had to stop, not because the fuel was empty, but because they had to hand over the drive time. So Paul Darling is, as it settles out, 5 seconds ahead of Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass, but got 17 laps less of fuel on board right now. So a nice little bit of track position for the moment. The strategy pendulum is still swung just a tiny bit away from Lizard Brains podcast. Don't know how the final 2 hours could play out though. Drive Trainer Motorsports in the lane. Bowie Suin out. Kyle Robertson in for the green and black Mustang. 40 seconds of service gives them a full tank of fuel, 4 new tyres, a new driver, hell, maybe even a windshield tear-off. tiny bit of brake application from the 55 mile an hour pit lane speed limit to negotiate that hairpin on cold tyres. You don't want to do a Dwight Merriman. So just a tiny bit of caution as Kyle Robertson gets into the race. For the second time, he's back in after Bowie Suin's drive. So still a handful of split strategies out here. Blizzard Brain are up high because they're clearing a slowdown penalty. Paul Darling's had a mistake through the bus stop. That's absolutely not what he wants, because his key rivals in Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass are just 3 seconds behind. And it really stunts and stalls your momentum. Christian Peeler with those cold tyres that he needs to work in. Alex Albert likewise. So under 2 hours remain from Daytona. In the ChampCar iRacing, 4 hours and 24. Speedy Boys Gold lead from Slower Expectations, who are going to have to pit shortly, from Lizard Brains podcast, just ahead of Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass. Drive Trainer Motorsports had their stop back into this race in 6th, and Legitimate up to 7th. Next cars we're expecting to see pit are Spinny Boys Green, Spinny Boys Gold, and Slowered Expectations. Lizard Brains podcast, cutting their way through the field now, trying to stay ahead of Hungry Geckos and of Team Huge Ass as they are catching Slowered Expectations. And quickly, it's playing either taking off or landing out there. Not sure which way that one's going. But middle of the road, going over to the right for Slowered Expectations. So Lizard Brains podcast heads to the inside of the bus stop, all the way across as they reach the critical turn-in point, and up into second place goes Lizard Brains podcast. Slowered Expectations aimed a little bit offline, and there are a few other cars that could range up to pass them shortly as well. Hungry Geckos are now right with Slowered Expectations as well, through the infield, the first of the horseshoes. It's a tad bit wide for Aaron Reed, whose tyres are 26 laps older than Christian Peeler. Always got to appreciate that the flag on the wing end plates is flying the correct direction when you look at it from either side, the mast side forward. And that's wrong. Yeah, I always notice it. And middle of the road again for Aaron Reed. Christian Peel is being offered the low side, and he goes there, heading towards the bus stop chicane once again. Tiny bit wide of the third apex, but sloppy on the exit as well with some wheel spin. And so Hungry Geckos get ahead, but still have Slowered Expectations right at their rear bumper. Swinny Boys Gold leading still have quite a few laps to run in this stint if they want to, with Austin Tucker. Paul Darling is up to second and only 7 seconds behind. Hungry Geckos next in third, carrying more fuel. Slowered Expectations not far away from pitting, which will release Team Huge Ass, and probably hard to tell if Slowered will rejoin ahead or behind of Drive Trainer Motorsports. I want to say potentially ahead. Slowed expectations hit the lane. Aaron Reed coming in after 34 laps through the transition lane and to their box, which will be the 9th box as they qualified 9th. And all the pit boxes are assigned based on the qualifying order. Aaron Reed will get out and Andy Kosick will get in and drive potentially the least minty vehicle he's ever driven in ChampCar iRacing series, and that'll be for his first laps in the race. Sweeney Boys Gold Car almost running out of gas at the end of their long run, and now they hit the lane, and Alex Coffard is getting in to replace Austin Tucker in the 000. So recapping where the race is at, Lizard Brains podcast after these round of pit stops have worked their way back to the lead, 3.5 seconds ahead of Hungry Geckos. However, Hungry Geckos, for their role in bringing out the yellow, sending ST Racing Esports into the wall, have a drive-through penalty to serve at this point, having received a protest from ST Racing Esports. So then Team Hujas currently run third from Spinny Boys Gold with Alex Coffard, who've rejoined in fourth place ahead of Slowed Expectations, who've rejoined this race with Andy Cosick ahead of Drive Trainer Motorsport and Kyle Robertson. All 12 cars that started the race remain in it. At present, 7 remain on the lead lap, with ST Racing Esports at speed, not far away from potentially getting back onto the lead lap. Hungry Geckos are on the lane to serve their drive-through penalty. And here's Lizard Brains podcast leading the way, cutting their way through some of the lapped cars and are getting just a little bit of the curb. Oh, Christian Peeler's hit the wall inside of pit lane. We talked about, do you slow up from 55 miles an hour? And he's decided not to, and has had the rear swap out from him, just grazed the wall from the angle I saw, but not a perfect pit exit. I don't think that will have put much damage on the car, but still, it's not how you want to go about it. They've rejoined the race in third place after their drive-through penalty behind Team Hujas, ahead of Spinny Boys Gold. Fastest car on the last lap was your outright race leader, Paul Darling, with a 2:03.5. The track is cooling off as we have longer shadows heading in towards the Florida afternoon. And 38 degrees Celsius is 101 Fahrenheit. And I think the air will not change a whole lot. Of course, you're on the coast here. You're pretty far south. Your air temperature is not going to fluctuate quite so much. But the track temperature definitely started high and is just slightly creeping down, as well as I think a little more cloud cover is rolling in. So I think we have seen every driver we are going to see potentially in this race at this point. Alex Coffard just 2 laps in, Andrew Kosick just 3 laps into this race. They are respectively the third and final drivers for their teams that we hadn't seen yet. And there's still every chance that at the one remaining pit stop they hand back to one of the previous drivers as well. But there's no drivers in session with 0 laps turned at the moment. Let's just take a second with everyone top to bottom in the running order at the moment and recap how they're going. So your race leaders, Lizard Brains podcast. And of course, they started with DJ Alessandrini. He ran 2 hours, and then Paul Darling has gotten in. Not an optimal, I guess, mix of the fuel strategy with the driver strategy. They didn't pit with the caution and didn't change driver at their first stop either. Paul Darling is back to the lead, though they will need one more stop and one more driver change. Team Hujas run second. Alex Albert is back in. Remember, he started, handed to Sven Demmel, who ran right with the leaders. Now Alex Albert is back in. For Hungry Geckos, they've just served their drive-through. Again, similar to some of the other 2 driver strategies we've seen. Christian Peeler started the race for Hungry Geckos. Dennis Federation drove a stint, and now Christian Peeler is back. So that's Hungry Gecko sitting at the moment in third. Back and forth, Spinny Boys Gold. They ran a really long stint the previous one, and Austin Tucker almost ran the car out of fuel, but just made it to the pit box, got the fuel in. No harm done there at all. Alex Coffard gets in, and now he's running around here in fourth. More than 30 seconds behind Hungry Geckos, but obviously carrying more fuel than any of the cars ahead of them as well. So if we want green to the end, they've got a shorter final stop than anyone else we would expect. Still haven't reached the point where I think anyone can stop and get to the end. That probably happens at about an hour 10, an hour 15 to go in this race. Hasn't reached that just yet. And so then in fifth, we talked about Andy Kosick has gotten into Slow Expectations. Took over from Aaron Reed after Lee Martin started the car. Now they run fifth at the moment. They're only just a couple of seconds ahead of Drivetrainer Motorsport and Kyle Robertson. So this could get interesting here amongst fifth and sixth. In the number 25 Drivetrainer Motorsports, we've had Kyle Robertson and Bowie Suin. And it's the only two we've seen. And the only all-Florida driver lineup is the local boys. Running in sixth. That lap just completed. They took about half a second out of Slow Expectations. So they're getting there. Slow and steady to fifth place. Last car on the lead lap at the moment is Legitimate Racing, who runs seventh with Trenton McMillan. Temporarily had the car in the hands of Sean Fritz, but now it's back to McMillan. Got ST Racing Esports. Cameron Martineau is in. Chris Walsh drove the opening 2 hours. Quite a similar driver schedule, this car, to Lizard Brain's podcast, as far as leaving their first driver in for the full 2 hours and then having that stop. And of course, they have used at minimum one of their fast repairs after the incident that we did see in the battle for the podium. They're trying to stay in this race best they can. They've got Spinny Boys Green as the next car behind in ninth. Jeremy Castro is driving the Lean Green machine. And this has been a three-driver affair. Evan Campbell did 34 laps. Brooks Clayton has done 36 laps. Jeremy Castro has now done 10 laps in Spinny Boys Green, the 00. For a while, the racing number 00 in Australia was associated with Gibson Motorsports in the Supercars Championship. Ford Falcons, fun 00 racing number fact. Behind them, in 10th, the BJS, we have Brian Tidd in the 104. So again, we have had Steve Hermits, we've had Brian Tidd. We have not had the J yet in the 104. Keep an eye on that one. Tony Reddington has joined the server. There's every chance. They run 10th at the moment in the BJS Ford Mustang. Sennhauser Racing Team are 11th. Logan Sennhauser started the car. His buddy Drew got in to his seat. And they've made that swap back as well that they described. They've both got their computers in the same room. They've got one sim racing rig and monitors. So then how would the dance have to work? So the guy who's in clicks the get out of the car button, then gets out of the driver's seat, then the other guy gets in the driver's seat, and then they switch over all of the... And then that person can click join. It's a bit of a headache, but it would be interesting, I guess, at least rather than you're at your place, they're at their place. You can come together and help each other out as well, grab a beverage for your friend, whatever the arrangement. They run 11th at the moment, and the 12th car that that is running. Of the 12 that started is Spinny Boys yellow with Morgan Otto in right now. And Alex Harrison and Anthony Saletta have both driven. Only 15 laps for Anthony Saletta, who has since left the server as well. So I don't think it went quite so well for him as the pace has been with Alex Harrison and Morgan Otto. That's your field. 12 cars. I believe it's approaching 30 drivers. We'll keep an eye on if there's still one more to be seen in the 104 car. Closest battle on track is Drive Trainer Motorsports and Kyle Robertson, just slowly making this chipping away we were talking about. They've gotten within 1 second, now they've gotten within half a second of slowered expectations for 5th and 6th place. So it's 30 seconds up the road from these two to the next car for position, which is Spinny Boys Gold, and they're more than half a minute ahead of Legitimate Racing in 7th. So they can fight this out how they please. ST Racing Esports are in the lane now with Cameron Martineau. He's completed 29 laps, which is an hour. But will you get to the end from here? Battle on track. Well, there's action on the pit lane. Down the inside goes Kyle Robertson for 5th place on Andy Cosick. You can get in too hot and get into a tough place if you're offline through there. But he will emerge in 5th. There is indeed a driver swap at ST Racing Esports with Chris Walsh getting back in. And here he is, Chris Walsh rejoining the race. He is a lap down to Drive Trainer Motorsports and Slowed, but he is in the same part of real estate. Just gotta make sure you know someone's beside you on the pit exit there, as the track gets a little bit wider. The pit exit becomes part of the racing line in the braking zone into the first horseshoe, the international horseshoe. The other one is the west horseshoe. Race leader Paul Darling is in. Lizard Brains podcast hit the lane. So there's some teams here that believe they can do 83 minutes on a tank of fuel. If you can't, you're putting yourself in a rather precarious position right now. Lizard Brains podcast in their pit box, the first pit box, as they were the pole sitter, so they get that one right at the exit. DJ Alessandrini gets back in. So once again, Lizard Brains podcast and ST Racing Esports very much mirroring each other's strategy on the drive time as far as that's concerned. It sees Team Huge Ass go into the lead of the race. Hungry Geckos to second. Lizard Brains podcast are almost done with their stop. And they are going to be not that far away from Spinny Boys Gold. Right here. Spinny Boys Gold stopped 8 laps ago, so I say Spinny Boys Gold definitely need a splash of fuel to get to the end, while Lizard Brains podcast will see exactly how it plays out with an hour and 22 minutes left on the clock. And we will not be waving the checkered flag a lap early at Daytona for this sports car race. But we'll happily accept a Rolex sponsorship if they want. Drivetrain is ahead of slower. Lizard Brains resumed just a couple seconds behind Spinny Boys Gold, but well ahead of the battle for 5th and 6th. Your reminder that HJBC.live has the live timing of all of our broadcasts. You can see who's in the car, when they last stopped, best lap times, last lap times, all that information. So if you're a friend or a family or a fan, you can check what's going on with all of the teams here. Spinny Boys Yellow are in, and this is their 4th time on the lane in the 001. Now we're starting to get to the end from here territory. Morgan Otto, I have to hand over to Alex Harrison, who did some of the driving duties earlier on. There's Spinny Boys Gold. Lap completed 2:04 flat. Lizard Brains crossed the line. 2:09. So that's still their out lap. No, that doesn't make sense. Did Lizard Brains podcast have an issue on their out lap? So now we've got 3rd and 4th close on track. With the Spinny Boys Gold being caught by Lizard Brains podcast. Of course, because of the driver change in the last lap, the timing won't show me it because it's counted to 2 different drivers. It's not a lap that was wholly completed by DJ Alessandrini, unlike this one, as he goes up high on the banking, round the outside, picking up the side draft for 3rd place, heading towards the bus stop chicane. It's the Brains podcaster ahead. Spinny Boys Gold slot in behind. DJ Alessandrini takes his team to 3rd. BJS are on the lane as well, so it's a busy time for the pit crews. Brian Tidd is the driver behind the wheel as the tyre change completes and the fueling still goes on, but he's no longer, as it's going to be John Nicholford, and we have the J finally, and perhaps the last new driver we'll see. Spinny Boys Yellow with a black flag. How did you get that? Surely from speeding or pit exit, not from getting a slowdown and failing to serve it. But best I can see, there is a black flag out for Spinny Boys Yellow. I will go back and check the tape on their pit exit and their speed, as the BJS are not so much at a whole lot of speed in pit exit. They're doing 55 kilometers an hour, not 55 miles an hour. I wonder if John Nicholford has a problem. Oh, I think John Nicholford has a problem. Definitely think John Nicholford has a problem. I've just seen Alex Harrison doing about 70 miles an hour in a 55 mile an hour zone on the pit exit. And that will be what the penalty is for Spinny Boys Yellow. Mystery solved. Now back to the van, gang. So for the car currently running 12th to 12th, they have the penalty. And John Nicholford, his problems compound. He is out of here. Technical problems, internet problems, based on the fact that he was going slowly before disappearing. I want to suggest like a computer monitor technical problem more than just everything's fine and then the internet or the power dies instantly. He knew he had a problem, and it didn't solve itself. It means that Steve Hermits is mayhaps going to have to get back in the 104. And now Spinny Boys Yellow have gone from 12th to 11th, and BJS have gone to 12th. Spinny Boys Yellow still haven't served their penalty, best I can tell, so that might make it close in the end, depending on how quickly Steve Hermits can get out there. I think even with a drive-through or whatever it is, Spinny Boys Yellow will remain 11th. DJ Alessandrini back in the race has gone foot to throttle and set the best lap of the race for that car, 1/10 away from the fastest lap of the race outright, with a last lap of a 2:02.59. The fastest lap of the race, I believe, stands at a 2:02.475 at the moment. So almost there, and he's giving his all now up into third place. Spinny Boys Gold, Alex Coffard trying to hang on, but that is wicked and consistent pace. The BJS are leaving pit lane and heading back into the race. Still ahead of Spinny Boys Yellow. I'm trying to work out what's going on between those two in the timing and scoring for 11th and 12th. I think I know what it is. Now, this is serving the penalty. Just an automated slam dunk iRacing penalty, doing more than 55 miles an hour between the cones, and not a little bit over, a bit over. He just floored it before the green cones, and it's cost the team. So you've got Lizard Brain's podcast at speed, DJ Alessandrini hitting his straps, 35 seconds behind the race lead, therefore 30 seconds behind Hungry Geckos. Hungry Geckos are lapping just fractionally faster than Alex Albert, currently the race leader. There is one more stop to go for Team Huge Ass and Hungry Geckos. There is a gigantic question mark. Is there one more stop for Lizard Brain's podcast? But either way, with the pace that they've got at the moment, they are a solid chance of working their way back up to the front. Liz Brain's podcast, DJ Alessandrini. Sennhauser Racing Team is in with Logan Sennhauser. 35 laps completed on this stint, if that's to be believed. So we might have... Was that right? Weren't we just talking about them swapping the cables and stuff over, or was that BJS? Well, we've got Sennhauser Racing Team, Logan Sennhauser, taking tyres, taking a bit of fuel. Yeah, alright. Yep, Andrew Dole, or as they apparently all call him Drew, is out of the pit box, back into the race, into 10th place. I think the production team are in agreement that that tank of fuel is going to get the number 10 to the end. It's the cars that stopped 10, 15 minutes ago that you wonder what kind of feather foot they have on the throttle to make that juice get them all the way to the end when it's being depleted by a 4.6 litre V8 going flat out on the banking of Daytona. It's a very high percentage of the time at full throttle around here. And in an endurance race, oh, cold tyres for Andrew Doll. Looked a little bit of a lazy spin. Clearly, those tyres, not there, not trustworthy, can't be lent on. But spend an incredible amount of time percentage-wise at full throttle, which means 1 hour in this car here will burn more fuel than an hour at Lime Rock Park or somewhere else where you have some shorter straights to spend more time in corners at off throttle, at partial throttle, and not these really long flat-out blasts on the banking and then just high speed through the bus stop and then flat out once again all the way around towards turn 1. An hour 9 left in this race. Team Huge Ass lead now just 3.3 seconds from Hungry Geckos. That's what you see in this long shot here, first and then second. You cannot see third just yet, but they are flying along. DJ Alessandrini is still the fastest car out on track, carrying a little more fuel than some others. The BJS are going to put John Nicholford back in. So we will get our nickel back. And this looks slightly more confident, which is reassuring. Oh no, he didn't just go again, did he? There's your race leader. We're still having some Nicholford issues. Not a reassuring sight if you're the race leader. Hoping for a bit of clear real estate out front, but no guarantees of it. Christian Peeler took 4/10 from Alex Albert last lap, and I think he's taken just a little bit more there as Alex Albert got past John Nicholford, who I didn't see exactly how it played out, but I'm not sure Nicholford was fully aware of the pace that Alex Albert was coming at, and now you'll witness the pace. So this is Alex Albert's view of the car of the BJS, and yeah, okay, so not comfortable or fun for anyone involved there. I'm not sure either party enjoyed that so much. We'll have a little bit of side by side now as Hungry Geckos get through. So Christian Peeler can't see John Nicholford. Can John Nicholford see Christian Peeler? Is not great for anyone. Not great for John Nicholford, not great for the cars that, well, they're not even trying to race him, they're just trying to not hit him. Here's your The next two quickest cars on track, Alessandrini and Coffard, for Lizard Brains Podcast and Spinny Boys Gold. Both of them basically a 203.3 last lap. So Coffard's managed to find a way to hang with. Again, if it's touch and go on does the number 3 car get to the end, then there's no way the 000 does. Stopped 8 laps ago, filled the tank for DJ Alessandrini in the Lizard Brains podcast car. Stopped 16 laps ago to fill the tank for Spinny Boys Gold, Alex Coffard. And definitely one more stop for Team Hugh Jass and Hungry Geckos leading the way. .7 seconds, 2.75. With the clutch arrangement he described, I think Albert's getting just a tiny bit more out of it in a straight line here as far as his shift goes, and shifting at the correct revs as well. It's one of those cars that it can rev a little bit higher than where the actual maximum horsepower is. So you don't necessarily get more just by revving higher. And John Nicholford, second time, no better. Brian Tidd back in for this team. So I think they are a uppercase B, lowercase j, uppercase S in this race, unfortunately, for reasons that obviously John Nicholford is trying to resolve but hasn't been able to. This is the banking for Spinny Boys Gold as Alex Coffard tries to stay within the toe of the car in front if he can. The speed that Alessandrini has had makes that difficult, but if you can be within 1 second, by the time you shift up into 5th gear, you'll feel a toe from quite a distance back. Legitimate and Sennhauser Racing Team are having a little bit of fun at the moment, not on the same lap. Legitimate, I think, is lapping Sennhauser at the moment. So Andrew Doll is down low. Trenton McMillan is up high. And now thinking about chopping down onto the racing line. And does. So there was just 2 cars side by side for a moment there. A blur of red, white, and Mustang. Gap just shrinking slowly. You see it bottom of your screen there underneath the Hungry Geckos board. 1.9 seconds, 1.8 seconds. Christian Peeler is making a little bit of progress on his main rival for the race lead, the Team Hugh Jass car. Meanwhile, 3rd and 4th are making progress on them as well, so this could, and in fact almost certainly will, get interesting. Your leader runs wide significantly off the apex, late to throttle through turn 1, loses about half a second to that. Here come the Geckos. The side-by-side we saw earlier becomes the traffic for our race leaders. Legitimate Racing are about to go a lap down. Sennhauser Racing Team, I think it would be 3 laps down based on some of the misfortune that they have had. And also the fact that Sennheiser Racing Team have made their final stop and these first and second place might not have. No, almost certainly definitely haven't just yet. So if they do go the lap down, they'll get it back eventually. Albert makes the shift into fifth gear. Closing up rapidly, so rapidly, he almost just has a little look to the inside. On Sennheiser Racing Team, Andrew Doll then runs wide. Ooh, and they get millimeters, half an inch from touching. Hungry Geckos also gets through, and for Andrew Doll and Sennheiser Racing Team, a tough little moment there. Now you've got 0.4 of a second for the race lead. With Christian Peeler closing at pace, right up into the draft. Ujas stays low. Geckos go high, side by side across the stripe and down towards turn number 1. Peel around the outside, looks to go over under. There's hardly a gap there, but there's just a Ford Mustang gap there. We're side by side for the race lead, heading through the infield to the International Horseshoe. Geckos are ahead. Geckos look to close the door, and they barely just scoot across without further contact in the International Horseshoe. Christian Peeler leads for Hungry Geckos from Alex Albert and Team Huge Ass. Alex Coffard's closed back within a second of Lizard Brain's podcast, and these two are going a second a lap quicker than your leaders as well. Coming up on a tiny bit more traffic of legitimate racing. Hungry Geckos. It's the view backwards from Trenton McMillan at a rapidly closing Christian Peeler, who then goes to the high side. And we're within the final hour of this race. Any pit stop here is definitely fuel to go to the end. Peeler being held up quite high, more than he might like by legitimate racing at the moment. Race leader thought they had an easy lapping opportunity. They wash a little wide in turn 1, and you can't flash the headlights in this Ford Mustang. Don't worry, there's other cars you can. Now the race leader gets to their inside, and there's no traction at all around the outside. We've seen that all day long from the start of this race all the way through, that tight on the inside line, straighten it up on the exit, put the power down straight. Works way better than leaning on the outside tyre as you're still cornering around the wide line outside. Next to try to stick that move would be Alex Albert. They're all being caught still by Alessandrini in third. Now, I have DJ Alessandrini at 12 and a half laps into this stint, and I have the predictometer at 27 and a half laps to go. So when I add those two together, I get 39 laps. And I do not see that happening under green flag conditions. fact, I don't think we saw that happening when we had 3 laps under caution either. So I think it's a very short splash for Lizard Brains Podcast in third. It's a more significant splash for Spinny Boys Gold, and it's a full pit stop with 55 minutes to go for Team Huge Ass Alex Albert heading towards his pit stall number 4. Hungry Geckos carry on, but Albert is in with the number 337. The more I do the sums, the closer this race gets, because I don't think this duo on screen are getting to the end without another stop either. And so how much will that cost them? Even if it's just a short little bit of fuel, do they then still opt to take tyres? What's the tyre fall off doing? What's the temperature doing? It's cooling off, that's for sure. Look at all this cloud cover that's blown across the racetrack. Sven Demel gets into the 337. It's 34 seconds of fuel, driver swap tyres, etc. to get this car to the end. Demel is in to the 337. The number 1 will still need one more stop. And now I am increasingly confident of forecasting an extra pit stop for the number 3. And all of a sudden, that doesn't look so bad when you're the Team Huge Ass 337. You've come out on track, 30 seconds behind Lizard Brains Podcast. A straight up just drive through is about 30 seconds. Plus, needing to stop in the box, whatever they do from there, if they just take a small amount of fuel, then you're going to have fresher tyres as well. This is going to be an interesting game, the way the deck is currently playing out. Don't count Hungry Geckos out of this either. They had the lead. They continue to run a little bit longer here. And they perhaps react even. And they're in. 53 minutes to go. Projected as 26 more laps. For the number 1 car, Dennis Federation is on standby. If they need him to get in, if that's going to be their strategy, is swap to get this to the end. More Spinny Boys action going on. Alex Coffard closer than ever to DJ Alessandrini, whose pace is doing what? Still holding in the 03s, but that's a 202.990 from Alex Coffard, who's turning the wick up. Dennis Federation is getting into the Hungry Geckos Ford Mustang. So, a driver swap again at the Hungry Geckos, with Peeler out and Federation in. Here they go. 33 seconds, so it's tyres as well here. I imagine they'll have reasonable grip to get to the end. Here's Sven Demel, who stopped the lap before. He'll have a bit more temperature in his tyres. We've seen at least an example from Sennhauser Racing Team and heard that the cold tyres are a challenge, at least initially. All the 11s being laid down all the way through the middle of the corner on the outlap here from Dennis Federation. He had a bit of a slide through the corner there, trying to get some heat into these. Tough to lay the traction down. It's half a second for Lizard Brains Podcast and Spinny Boys Gold. Currently scored the race lead, and they are only 30 seconds ahead of the battle that we saw Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass. There are 4 cars in it in the race to the checkered flag in the final hour. The ChampCar iRacing Daytona, 4 hours and 24. So where do you look? Probably side by side, where Sven Demel's getting ahead of the Hungry Geckos. 3rd and 4th side by side at the moment on the high banks of Daytona. It's the long way around up high. It's the outside line. Sven Demel thinks this could be the race lead. Then Federation's tyres are still not all there. Tyres aren't all there for either car. They've both recently stopped. Fuel to get to the end, and Hungry Geckos Dennis Federation rolls out of the throttle, drops back in line. Sven Demel goes up to 3rd. If you're watching HJBC.live, I think the number you want to keep an eye on isn't the gap to next car, it's the gap to lead. What's the difference between DJ Alessandrini, the race leader, and Sven Demmel, the best placed car that's made their final stop, 30 seconds behind? And then, of course, don't count Dennis Federation out as he finds his feet after the pit stop as well. He's still right there, but it's the gap between these two and the next two that could prove very critical. Exiting the pit lane right now is Legitimate Racing and Trenton McMillan. There they are. So that'll be the final stop for the 19. Back up front. Coffard remains just in the slipstream, in the tow of what is now the race leader. 15 laps into the stint for your leader, 23 laps into the stint for the car behind, and just 2 and 1 for Huge Ass and Hungry Geckos, who we've just seen make their final fueling, tyre change, driver change, all of that to set them to race towards the checkered flag at Daytona. And I'll put to you all, with my perspective of someone who didn't grow up in the United States of America, that while the Indianapolis 500 is the biggest motor race in the nation, the Daytona International Speedway is still the most famous racing course in the nation. Partly because of the video game and the name recognition that that's given all around. Drivetrainer Motorsports are on the lane, and Kyle Robertson finds his pit crew. 33 laps completed there. Tough to say if they'll make a driver swap. I don't think they have to either, because they did stop within the 2 hours to go as well, so this could just be the, where do we stop to put fresh tyres on, rather than hanging it out too late. And they've given themselves this point right here with 48 minutes to go. You would estimate that the slipstream and the tow around the banking could be worth a whole second a lap or more around here. And so you need a mistake or a really big pace delta to be able to shake someone here. And that's happening with first and second. That's happening with third and fourth. Drivetrainer Motorsports rejoin in 6th place. So while it was a good pass from Sven Demmel, it will take a lot to shake off Dennis Federation. And that gap, first to third, the chasing pack to the group up front that still need to stop, remains just right on 30 seconds. And I don't think you can get into the lane, into your pit box, take any amount of fuel, and get out without losing about 30. Side by side here, Federation looking around the outside. Oh, you see that really late tap on the brakes as Sven Demmel did get in hot, had a big slide. They're side by side through the infield now. So now's as good a time as ever to keep an eye on the gap between these two and the outright race lead, because it could expand if they keep going like this. Federation cuts back to third. Sven Demmel demoted back to fourth as he got in a bit hot, had a little bit of a slide. in turn 1. We started this race 2 in the afternoon, and now around about that, it's now 5 p.m. for the service session, and the track temperature has dripped, perhaps even dropped to 90 Fahrenheit from the 117 that it was during qualifying and at some points in the race. Prime for naturally aspirated engines to make a bit of horsepower. Prime for the tyres to stay just a little bit cooler and continue to give grip as we go. Federici made the move on Demel, got past. Now Demel ranges back up again and stays put. 18 laps into the stint for your race leader. 26 for the car that sits in second. They've still got a way to go before they have to pit, but if they want to take tyres rather than just make it a splash and dash, you might call that final stop a little earlier. It's real strategy brain, strategy head hours, I think, right now for the cars in first and second place, how they go about this. Do you go until there's only 15 minutes left and then only put a bit of fuel in, try to hold your ground on old tyres at the end? Do you call it in just a little bit earlier, put 4 new tyres in, take the 1 or 2 or 3 laps to build heat and pressure? A little bit of gardening there from Alex Coffard off the outside of the West Horseshoe. And then have the best tyres of anyone and have topped off your fuel to just go full hard, full beans. Even if you come out 10 seconds behind Geckos and Huge Ass, you'll have better tyres. You won't need to save any fuel. Is that the way to go rather than maybe being left exposed and defenseless at the end of this race? Looking up at the sky, about sort of 50-60% of the sky is covered by clouds while the rest is blue. So as they move across and the sun moves but a little more slowly, we get pockets of sun, pockets of shade. This is, for using no words, a very strong message from Sven Demel. He closes up and then he just puts a little tap on the bumper and then rolls out of the throttle. And I don't think you need much of a language barrier there. It just says, you can still lead, but, you know, make sure you're fast. Make sure you're giving it plenty. If I feel like you're not going the pace I'm after, I'll do something about it. And again, similar happens, and then he rolls to the high side, which is also not a place you're going to make a pass. I don't think our camera operators have a pack for plane spotting, but there's another one coming into land, and I think it's Delta Airlines that have the most flights in and out of Daytona Beach. I've got plenty of 737s as well. So a recap, who's fuel to get to the end? Who needs another stop? Well, Lizard Brains need another stop. Spinny Boys Goals need another stop. Slowered Expectations need just one more stop. ST Racing Esports are going to need another, and so too will Spinny Boys Green. Sennhauser Racing Team, yeah, they're good. They're good. Andrew Doll will get to the end. So will Spinny Boys Yellow Alex Harrison. So will the BJS. They have been through the lane more than anyone else, unfortunately, mainly because of the internet issues suffered by their team member, John Nicholford. He got in the car, it kicked him out of the car, he got back in the car, it kicked him out of the car again, and Brian Tibbs had to get back in to try to complete this and see this out. Lizard Brains podcast are in. They've pulled the trigger early. DJ Alessandrini. Got to see this one because I assume you stop with 41 minutes to go rather than carrying on because you know you want to put new tyres on. Spinny Boys Gold goes to the lead of the race for the moment. But I got my eyes on DJ Alessandrini. And the right-hand side tyres changing. And then the left-hand side. So I think the fuel drop basically already covered at this point to just top off the tank for them. It's just all about how long do the tyres take. When the tyres are done after 18 seconds, DJ Alessandrini is out of there, and there goes Hungry Geckos. There goes Team Huge Ass. He's going to rejoin behind them, but not too far behind them. And his tyres will be just 6-7 laps, so about 15 minutes better off in this run to the end. This is the kind of stuff a driver dreams about. The final stint of the race, and it's just all in your hands to get out there, race hard, and get after it. There'll be no worries of concerns of fuel saving for that car. Add the estimated 20 laps remaining to how far Hungry Geckos and Team Huge Ass are into their stints, and again, I don't think there's too much worry there. Alex Coffard leads the race for Spinny Boys Gold right now. And are they going to run this one out longer, or are they going to take the same strategy that Lizard Brains podcast have gone for? Spinny Boys Green are in. Drive Trainer Motorsports are in. Pit lane's a busy spot. Kyle Robertson's only been 3 laps into the stint. Has he got a penalty I haven't seen? No. I don't know what's going on for Drive Trainer Motorsports, but you got 2 Spinny Boys on the lane. Oh, that's not your pit box, sir. Kyle Robertson, that is not your pit box. Here's the race leader. That is their pit box. There goes their teammate. Spinny Boys Green, Brooks Clayton, 9th place. At a slant, taking tyres. This is the race lead now. Hungry Geckos, and hang on, let me get my stopwatch out to measure the gap for the lead. Yeah, it's about 1 Ford Mustang bumper as they crossed the stripe. 38 minutes to go, predicting 19 more laps, and just 4 seconds behind, bringing the tyres in is Lizard Brains podcast and DJ Alessandrini there. Back onto the track is Kyle Robertson, and he tries to do his best to let the leaders through. So you have first and second up there, third there. Coffard, you were not speeding on pit entry, were you? Yes, he was. My oh my, it's a long stop because it's a penalty for Spinny Boys Gold. You're doing what, the better part of over 150 miles an hour, I think. And then you come down off the banking looking for a 55 mile an hour pit lane speed limit. Alex Coffard has, by all accounts, been speeding on pit lane, and Spinny Boys Gold extended stop rejoins them behind slowered expectations and quite some way behind Lizard Brains podcast, almost 58 seconds. This is the race lead, which is rapidly looking like a 3-way fight. Geckos, Jas, and Lizard. ST Racing Esports are ranging in on legitimate racing for 7th and 8th, by the way. So hopefully some entertainment for everyone, not just our leaders. Chris Walsh and ST Racing Esports will need one more stop, and legitimate racing stopped 6 laps ago, and we'll get to the end though. But nonetheless, just a little bit of entertainment for the drivers 7th and 8th. Once again, it's just a bumper's length between first and second. Alessandrini in third crosses the start-finish line a full second per lap quicker than Federation and Demel. It's on here. So if you need to step away, if you need to grab your drinks, snacks, grapes, whatever, I think this final half hour, you're going to want to be watching HJBC, the first endurance race of the season for the ChampCar iRacing series. And $200 of ChampCar credit on the line as well. Whichever team wins this is going to be a nice chunk of change closer to putting themselves on the grid for a real wheel-to-wheel race in the ChampCar Endurance Series. And it could be Hungary Geckos, it could be Team Huge Ass, it could be Lizard Brains podcast. And endurance racing, you never say never. It could be all 12 cars, it could be every car on the lead lap. Federation will know how close third place is. He gets a little bit of a bump that puts him askew before the braking zone, but it was before and not in the braking zone that the bump was given. So the pressure is on. Federation will know how close Alessandrini has got. We'll have seen Alessandrini coming out of the pits and know that that car's definitely fueled to get to the end now. My fuel's got to make it. And it's half a car length. It's a quarter of a car length. It's bumper. Federation, it doesn't look comfortable with this though. And as they cross the timing line, it's a 203.4 for first and second. Alessandrini crosses the line with a 202.8, taking 0.6 of a second out of the lead. And at the current rate, only 1 or 2 laps away from beginning to pick up that slipstream as well, where it really get interesting. The infield's busy at the moment as they're catching Spinny Boys Green and Brooks Clayton, and also the BJS Brian Tidd, and they had someone else not far behind either. So this is the next group of cars they're going to catch. Last lap for Tidd was a 2:17, so you close that gap really quickly. And for Brooks Clayton, it was a 2:04, so they're not. Harrison was a 2:07, so they're going to close in on both of these cars in quick order. Hope to get by them on the banking if you can. You see Dem will stay down low while Federation goes up to try to chase some of that slipstream. It's the kind of run where you're hoping you can get through the bus stop uninhibited, but the amount of organisation that's going to take will be a challenge. Doesn't look like Federation or Demel lost too much time there. Now they go low while the Spinny Boys stay high. There'll be a gap on the BJS whichever way race leader Dennis Federation in the yellow and black Hungry Geckos car opts to go. And Demel will just follow him whatever the way is. The BJS pulls out of the way best they can. Demel applies another little bump. And they cross the line. Haven't lost as much time to Alessandrini this lap as some of the other ones. So I wonder if Alessandrini's tyres were cold, then they reached the sweet spot, and now they're just a little overheated. For a while it's been thought this is one of the tyres where they don't wear down, but as you race on them, they very easily get past their sweet spot of temperature. And so just an opportunity to cool them off can bring you back to the grid. This is side-by-side Spinny Boys Gold and slow at expectations. Coffard has caught a matter of 2.5 seconds on Andrew Kosick last lap to get side-by-side with him on the banking of the speedway. And Andy Kosick decides, you know what, it's time for me to make my final pit stop. 33 laps into this stint. You are up high. I will remain down low and hit pit entry. And take note, Andy Kosick did this thing there where he slowed down to 55 miles an hour before the yellow cones. No penalty for the number 2 car. No dramas, as we expect him to probably hand off to one of his teammates in that 3-driver lineup for the final 31 minutes. The lead, Federation leading, Demel pushing, Alessandrini 2.5 seconds behind, got 1 lapped car he needs to work through the bus stop and speedway section. Ooh, bit of attitude from everyone involved, some sliding tyres going on there. And there is a driver change for slower expectations. Lee Martin's just leaving the pit lane, having taken over from Andy Kosick. This is to put the lap on, so the traffic's out of the way now for DJ Alessandrini. He can look 2.5 seconds up the road at the race lead, which is Hungry Geckos and Team Huge as first, second, third in your picture right here. There are some setup adjustments that the teams can have, some differentiators, one car to the other. So the tyre pressures aren't going to get a whole lot of work, but there are some little things around, around spring rates and anti-roll bars, and that is really sideways all the way through the traction zone from Federation. Sometimes bump stop is one of the things in the suspension that can affect how the weight transfers, how the car handles the curbs, etc. But the tyres are just a tiny bit past their best in the traction zone for all 3 drivers here. For Alessandrini, this lap's been tidier from him, and he's closed into 1.5 seconds on the race lead, about to hit the draft, I would say. Yeah, I think he's in it now. This time, his straight line speed just slightly better as first and second push a hole in the air, and a big one at that, a double Ford Mustang shaped hole. Now an attempt to change the race lead. Sven Demel, done pushing, done lifting, done coasting, gets down the inside of turn number 1. Slides a tiny bit wide through the middle of the corner, not as badly as previous times. But in third place, DJ Alessandrini has just set the fastest lap of the race. First and second get into a little bit of a tussle. And now here we are. The stage is set to race to the end for $200 of ChampCar Endurance Series credit, and also for the honour, the glory, being the first Enduro team winners. It rests not in the hands of their teammates anymore, but in the hands of Sven Demel, Dennis Federation, and DJ Alessandrini. This trio have almost a whole minute clear of the rest of the field, and whoever the hell that is spun out in the infield. Was it? I swear I saw a car, right? I'm not going crazy. Swear there was a car for a second. Here we go. Demel leading. Federation's been usurped. Alessandrini rolls out of the throttle. And Now it's on once again. Can we get 3 wide on the high banks of Daytona for the race lead? You bet we can. Huge ass down low. Hungry Geckos in the sandwich. All the way up high. DJ Alessandrini for Lizard Brains podcast. 3 wide for the race lead. Barreling down towards turn number 1. Yeah, I want to be that car on the inside. Also don't want to be the meat in the sandwich, but I don't want to be the car strung up out wide, 3 high. And we don't get any movement out of that because the inside line is the way to go. The inside line is the winner. Different lines into the international horseshoe, bit wide from Demel. You can see the slide, the struggle for traction. And they'll have no more pit stops. They'll get no more fresh tyres. You've got to find a way to not lose your position, but just to cool off your tyres, not stress them, slide them at every single opportunity. This turn 6 is another one of those tough ones because you're still turning as you flat out 100% throttle in 3rd gear. Sprains remains in 3rd. Federation managed to hold on to that 2nd place. And they were all in the tow with big speed, but the inside line prevailed for Sven Demel. Sort of middle of the road now to the bus stop, heading back across to the racing line. Single file through here. A good exit out of there can do a lot for you on the run towards turn 1, the best overtaking opportunity. If Federation pulls out and he can get Alessandrini to bump him, then they'll go to the race lead. But if Alessandrini pulls out 3 high, that doesn't happen. It is just full Daytona 500, not Daytona 24. Strategies going on now. Federation has his nose in front, still around the outside. Alessandrini on the banking is going to just give him a tiny bit more speed, but you've got to be way further up to go around the outside here. A slide on the brakes for everyone. A slide on throttle. No traction there for Demel. He comes across to now cover the inside to the west horseshoe. And I don't think you could ask for better racing for the race win right now. Their strategies have converged. The best drivers from each car are in. They're all hanging the tail out as V8 American Muscle fights for the win and fights for cash prizes in the ChampCar Endurance Series. With 23 minutes left on the clock, 11 more laps, and everything's been played. The co-drivers have had their turns. The strategy's been played. They've made their calls and their decisions. They've made their bed. Now we're lying in it with 20 minutes to go. And confirmation that my marbles are loose, but I have not lost them. It was Spinny Boys. One of the Spinny Boys cars was it off in the infield. Now, can Alessandrini and Federation combine to put the pressure on Team Huge Ass for the race lead this time around? There is a whole heap of bump drafting happening at Daytona. Federation, he gets the wall there, right? Just in the braking zone, comes across for a tiny bit of it. They've got Slowered Expectations and Lee Martin up the road to begin to think about in the next couple of laps. Only cars left that need a stop, ST Racing Esports at this stage. So the speed rises and rises past 120, past 130 miles an hour. Almost 3 wide once again. There's no gap for Alessandrini to put the nose of his car, and while he's maybe quicker than the 2 drivers in front, he just can't find the line he needs. 2 in front, 1st and 2nd push wide. Now Alessandrini's up into 2nd. He's ahead of Federation. He's going to look to the inside of the International Horseshoe for the race lead on Sven Demel and Team Huge Ass. And once you can get there, that's where the traction is. Tight exit, Good traction. They both slide it out a little bit wide. Alessandrini has his nose in front for the race lead, heading towards the fast left-hand kink before the west horseshoe. We're side by side for the race lead once again, and Alessandrini just does enough to keep his nose in it to just keep claiming the inside line at the horseshoe. Traction off the slow corners, so critical. They're all sliding around. We've gone away from this 2:02 lap times, and we're in the 2:03s, we're in the 2:04s. We're battling for the race lead, and nothing covers them. Does Federation try to return the favour and bump Alessandrini to the lead? Do we get 3 wide again? Do they sit in line? Here comes Alessandrini. Demel staying down low to the yellow line, to the apron, to protect the inside line into the next corner. Now he comes up to the racing line. Alessandrini is giving him a bit of a bump now. This has every chance of being a little bit of a game of Survivor, where you make alliances just to break them at the last minute. And I think we've seen a bit of that. There was a Demel Federation alliance. It got broken. Then there was an Alessandrini Federation alliance. I think that's gone now. Now Demel and Alessandrini have at least one straight where they act a bit buddy-buddy. Alessandrini pulls out to the high side, and Federation chooses who he's pals with, and he chooses Demel on the low side to push Sven Demel into the race lead, heading towards turn 1. 20 minutes on the clock, 9 more racing laps. Team Hujas still lead. Now Federation looks down the inside to try to muscle out. Lizard Brains podcast. Everyone's had their moment in the sun, but it's on the final lap. Only one car can be first to take the checkered flag. Amongst all of this, fastest car on the racetrack right now, Spinny Boys Gold and Alex Coffard with a 2:03.5, and he is uninhibited on the track where he can lay it all out and not be part of this battle, unfortunately, after the penalty that he picked up. Now, with the penalty, his stop was 52 seconds longer. So he'd be 4 seconds behind the race lead, potentially, without the penalty, mayhaps. Trying to imagine how that alternate world that we're now a long way away from could have been. The leading trio getting closer to each other in the draft down the back stretch and getting closer to slowered expectations, currently being driven by Lee Martin, previously driven by Andy Kosick and Aaron Reed. You don't want to slide your rear tyres trying to pick up the traction out of that chicane. You also don't want to run out wide and get a slowdown penalty, because any slowdown penalty would drop you to the tail of this pack. Gonna get a triple bump? We're not. Federation pulls out. Now Alessandrini is friendship ended with Federation. He gives that bump. Lee Martin, I swear Lee Martin's pulled to the pit lane just to get out of the way of this. He's only 5 laps into the stint. Demel's still down low with the inside line, braking and turning down in towards turn 1, getting plenty of slip angle. Starting to look like Trans Am cars or something. Exactly how tail out the grip seems to be. Lee Martin hit his pit box, took 18 seconds of service. I think that's new tyres. And it's dropped him behind ST Racing, Esports and Legitimate Racing. Remember, the Pit Stop for Lizard Brains podcast was also 18 seconds and I believe was limited by the tyre change, not the fuel. So I think that's how long it is to change the tyres. As much as more than 4 hours ago, I was talking about you can paint the wheel rims on these cars, and I do appreciate the blue wheel rims on slowered expectations. It's silver and bronze up front, as the top 3 are covered by half a second. Demel continues to try to defend his position by staying driver's left down at the yellow line. Alessandrini looks around the outside, has his nose fractionally in front, but it is around the outside for the turn into the bus stop. But it works. It gets him ahead and to the race lead. Demel tucks in behind, looks for the chop back. Better performance off the exit of the chicane. Long way around on the high side, trying to pick up the side draft. Once again, Dennis Federation will have a chance to play favourites. Who's his favourite child? Stays down low. I think he's playing chaos here. Ooh, awkward little bump on Alessandrini to try to even this up in the battle for the lead. Demel was ahead. Now Alessandrini's ahead with the inside down and towards turn 1. We've got 8 laps to go. We've got 15 and a half minutes left on the clock. Demel runs that slight bit wide. Alessandrini to the lead from Demel, from Dennis Federation. Once again, all three covered by less than 1 second. And this is the battle. Final stop of the race for ST Racing Esports. Chris Walsh can stay in, but he needs a bit of fuel. But he doesn't have to stay in. Cameron Martineau can get in if he wants. Side by side for the race lead. Hey, why not? Off at turn 6, coming out onto the speedway banking once again. It's spicy now, but it has every chance of adding an extra chili on the menu for the race win. Nose in front, round the outside. Sven Demel goes back to the race lead. Federation wants to sneak through there as well, so second and third side by side the whole way through the bus stop. Sven Demel's got 1.2 seconds over them right now. I don't think that will last as Federation tucks back into third, and then we'll be able to bump Alessandrini back up to the lead if he chooses. But it goes to show you lose so much time going side by side through a really quick corner like that. You can go side by side, I think, through the horseshoes and not lose so much, because it's all about the traction off the corner more than the speed you can carry through. The fast corners, ooh, it really did hurt them. It's just back underneath 1 second. It's wide and sliding from Alessandrini. Brake lights were on way into the corner and it never got to the apex. So late race recap. Sven Demel leading for Team Hujas, DJ Alessandrini and Lizard Brains podcast in second. Hungry Geckos and Dennis Federation running in third. Spinny Boys Gold has got Alex Coffard back in fourth. Drive Trainer Motorsports and Kyle Robertson are running fifth at the moment. Legitimate Racing sixth. Slow at Expectations in the seventh position. ST Racing Esports are out now in 8th. Spinny Boys Green 9th. Sennhauser Racing Team 10th. Spinny Boys Yellow 11th. And the BJS run 12th at the moment. I think everyone's getting to the end. It might be touch and go for Sennhauser Racing Team and Spinny Boys Yellow if they don't save enough. But other than that, I think the pit lane is going to be relatively quiet from now to the checkered flag. That 1.2 second breakaway could not last for Sven Demel. Now Alessandrini is perfectly in the tow down the straight, and I'm seeing 3 miles an hour more, which is, it's faster than a walking pace. It's in towards a jog. That's the relative difference You look at the gap between them, and then it's just walking it down is what the slipstream does for you at high speeds on the banking of the Daytona International Speedway road course. Sun getting lower, clouds getting thicker, track getting cooler. The action is still hot, and I think the rear tyres are still hot. It's a car with relatively unsophisticated rear suspension, relatively skinny road-based tyres, and 4.6 litres of American V8 and no traction control. So you really can heat them up, get them sliding around, maybe get yourself into a little bit of trouble in the final 10 minutes here. Outside of this, the next closest cars are legitimate and slowered. I don't rule out a chance of slowered expectations catching for 6th. Bit of a bump draft for the lead here, is it? I thought Alessandrini might have thought about going for it there. He's slow on the way in. He's slow on the way out. He's very slow. DJ Alessandrini is dropping back and dropping back. He has no slowdown penalty. Does he have no drive, no gear? He's getting going now, but he might be out of this now. 10 minutes to go. Lap times are just over 2 minutes. The race lead is coming around. There will be 5 more laps of Daytona International Speedway, and Alessandrini has had a bizarre little problem. Team Hujas now lead by 1.3 seconds over Hungry Geckos. Wizard Brains podcast. Is that car okay? Is Alessandrini okay? Is the pace okay for the car now back in 3rd place? I think it's leveled off for Alessandrini. Sometimes you can get out of gear in this car and you hit the throttle and it revs up and you're not in gear, so it's revving up in neutral, and then because the engine is revved up 7,000 RPM, you can't get it into the gear you're after until you've got to foot off the gas, clutch in, wait 1 or 2 seconds till the revs drop enough that you can get it into the gear that you're after. So first time it's not in gear, you wait just a quarter of a second, you try to get into the gear, you rev it again, it doesn't go in, and then you're stuck waiting, and it requires a lot of patience, and you're building a difficult position for yourself. So it's not like the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup car that has a Sadev Racing sequential transmission where it handles that stuff for you, it blips for you, and the gear shifts are relatively simple. It's just Ford Mustang 6-speed manual transmission from the Mustang GT of 2005 in this thing, and it is not a perfect racing gearbox. You do not use first gear at all in racing conditions. Second gear is even sometimes a little too short. Spend most of your time in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then 6th gear, which is that EPA fuel efficiency gear in the gearbox, also doesn't get a whole lot of use in racing conditions. Here at Daytona or on the Nordschleife, it might occasionally get a go, but most tracks you would never hit 6th gear. It's just simply too tall. It's a highway fuel economy gear to sit at 2,500 RPM on the highway, rather than trying to hit maximum horsepower on the race track. And so yeah, you can't always bang up and down through the gears as you might like. Sven Delmel's not going to get away though. Federation's still within 1 second. He's closed it down at 8/10. Again, the bubble of the hole punched in the air goes back about 1.5 seconds. on the banking, and you spend a lot of time on the banking. There is, after all, 2.5 miles of it, and then about another mile of infield and chicane. Dropping just a tiny bit further back on this lap as well as Alessandrini. So he's running out of time to catch, and whatever that mistake was, it seems like just a little couldn't get it in gear mistake. Alessandrini might just be out of this unless the last 2 laps see Sven Demmel and Dennis Federician go side by side through every kink, chicane and braking zone. 4.5 seconds back might be too much with 3 laps to go. Again, more than 4 minutes, but less than 6 minutes on the clock. We cross the start-finish line. That means 3 more. And my oh my, did that toe from the bus stop all the way around to turn 1. Do some wonders for Dennis Federician. Bit of a slide through turn 1 from Sven Demmel. And the gap first to second is utterly negligible. The stopwatch tells you nothing that your eyes can't. It's all about car length, not minutes or seconds right now. A tiny bit wide at the West Horseshoe for the race leader. Seems to be less of a hindrance there. West Horseshoe's a little wider open, not quite as sharp as the International Horseshoe nearer the paddock and the pit buildings. But it will require very skilled driving and nerves of steel to hold on to a race lead around the high banks of Daytona on the road course, because it is such a long run from the bus stop to the checkered flag. Hardly ever in a race like this does the driver that is first out of the bus stop still lead by the time they've worked their way the almost 1.5 miles from the bus stop around to the start finish line. More like 1 mile. If the whole speedway's 2.5 miles, the bus stops before turn 3, it's probably about a mile from the exit of the bus stop to the checkered flag. There's more than a half a second worth of slipstream there, so if you're within half a second, your chance to close in, pop out and form one of those famous Daytona photo finishes is not just possible, but very probable. Source of anxiety with 2 laps to go for Sven Demmel, the race leader, might be the lapped car that he is approaching. The BJS, currently driven by Steve Hermits. Not all that far ahead in the infield. The leaders lapping about 4 seconds quicker last lap. They're now within 4 seconds. You'd expect them to catch and get by him on this lap. So here are your leaders, and for all he has in him to try to catch up and get back in this race, DJ Alessandrini's closed half a second on them, but it's not enough. It's too little, and it might be too late. First and second on the banking, speedway turns 1 and 2, heading around to the bus stop. Way up high, the BJS and Steve Hermits is well aware of what's going on and what's at stake. After 4 hours and 22 minutes of racing, it comes down to this. It's been probably 2.5 hours since our last full course yellow. This is the level of competition and the way that the strategies converge to bring everyone back together for the lead of the race. Heading towards the white flag, Sven Demmel leads by nothing over Dennis Federation. DJ Alessandrini watches on, ready to scoop up the pieces if fireworks happen on the final lap. But in the absence of fireworks, he's too far back to work his way into this. So here we go. At the start-finish stand, the white flag is in the air and waving. One lap of Daytona International Speedway to settle it. In the ChampCar iRacing Series, our first Team Enduro of the year, $200 of ChampCar Endurance Series prizes on the line. Only one team can win. Team Hujas, 0.2 of a second ahead of Hungry Geckos, and they have to put all of their faith in the driver in the seat for this final lap. Demel ahead of Federation. Alessandrini's taken another 0.5 seconds out of them as well. So he's ready to scoop up any stray pieces. That's the final time through the infield, and there's no way of pulling away here. Run off of turn 6, out onto the speedway. It's super high speed, super high slipstreaming all the way from here until the checkered flag on this final lap. Demel will need all of his speed, but he'll also need all of his gamesmanship. The same is true of Federation if he's going to get ahead and stay ahead before the checkered flag. Approaching the bus stop, this is where things sometimes get a little silly at the speedway. Demel's middle of the road. He's braking early, but it's one braking movement. Out of the bus stop he goes, way off the circuit, way off the circuit. There is a slowdown for Hungry Geckos and for Team Hujas. Both of them need to clear that before the checkered flag. They're still both carrying it. Alessandrini's 2 seconds back. Alessandrini's 1.5 seconds back. First and second place both have a slowdown penalty coming towards the checkered flag. On board with Alessandrini. It's been cleared from Hujas. It's still there from Geckos. They're side by side. The checkered flag is waving. Geckos have to lift. Team Hujas win. And my oh my, that is why DJ Alessandrini never gave up, because he finishes within 1 second, a tantalizing distance from the race lead. But Team Hujas win the first Enduro from Hungry Geckos, from Lizard Brains podcast. The final margin, 0.2 of a second. Your top 3 covered by 1 second after 4 hours, 25 minutes of racing. And the next car to come around and take the checkered flag will be Spinny Boys Gold. You couldn't script it. You can only get this with great drivers, great teams, and great racing at Daytona. Those were just the 4 cars on the lead lap. Drivetrainer Motorsports, Legitimate Racing, and Slow at Expectations potentially have already taken the checkered flag. We have ST Racing Esports and Sennheiser Racing Team also coming around to take the checkered flag. And all 12 teams that started will see the checkered flag at Daytona. An amazing endurance display, an amazing race. And in the end, it took the thousandths of the second to decide it. DJ Alessandrini for a second must have thought he stood a chance. He closed the leaders by 2.7 seconds on the final lap to come within 1 second, but Team Hujas and Hungry Geckos were both able to clear their slowdown penalties just in time, and Sven Demel, a moment before Hungry Geckos, he was then able to get back to the throttle. This is your top 12. This is how they finished. Team Hujas, Hungry Geckos, Lizard Brains podcast, Spinny Boys Gold, Drivetrainer Motorsports, Legitimate Racing, Slowed Expectations, ST Racing Esports, Spinny Boys Green, Sennheiser Racing Team, Spinny Boys Yellow, the BJS. And once again, I offer my congratulations and my applause to all of the competing teams and drivers. Their level of dedication, their level of persistence, that all of them see this race out all the way to the checkered flag. And I take a bow, first, second, third, what a battle they gave us. No doubt some of the teams and drivers are going to come by and have a chat with us if indeed they can. But first up, it's the race winners. Congratulations, guys. Heart in mouth for all involved. I've got to go to Sven first, the driver in the car. You know you're in such a difficult position when you're the race leader on the final lap at Daytona. You can get leapfrogged so easily. What was your thoughts going into it, and how did it play out from the driver's seat?
Well, I had a plan to back him up and then just get a run, and hopefully that run is good enough that he will not get back there. What I did in reality was quite a bit different. But I confused him so much, he got a slowdown as well, so it ended up working. And thanks to the slowdown DJ had earlier, he could not quite get there, even though we both messed up. But yeah, that was not according to plan, but I guess it worked out anyway.
Take him how you can get him, but both of you with the black flag looming over your head, side by side, the checkered flag also right in front of you. You have no way of knowing how much slowdown is left for your rival. So the nerves in that position, even for your teammate, Alex Albert, you're watching on like us, going, fingers crossed on this hand, fingers crossed that hand. It's in the racing gods at the end of the day.
Yeah, so I wanted to help more, and then at some point I just told Sven he'd done a great job, and put it in his hands, and we had talked about some different strategies and the way we were going to play things, and yeah, just like the real ChampCar series, it reminded me of being a Sebring and just telling him, we got another lap, we got to send it, and it's all you, baby. And he did it. He brought us home. It was great.
You just never know what's going to happen all the way to the end in a race like this. You can forecast what the strategy might look like, how it might play out, but then, Alessandrini's little moment as he dropped back, suddenly a 2-horse race, and it's why we love racing, right?
Oh, for sure. And here at Daytona, I mean, anything can happen, right? The race basically came down to 3 cars and 1.07 seconds. That's amazing. And then it was a story of slowdowns, really. DJ got caught by that slowdown with a couple laps to go, and then us and Dennis both getting one there on the last lap, and I had some earlier in the race, and yeah, it's crazy sometimes how it all just comes back together. But yeah, I just want to thank you guys for putting it on, ChampCar Endurance Series and the iRacing Series. And yeah, this is great, man. Just happy to be back in Victory Lane, Daytona.
There you go. Congrats, guys. And not only does this make you the winners here, but it counts to your team tally as we go forward with the rest of the Enduros through the year as well. Nothing better than a first to have in that column heading towards some more races in the final.
Hey, you can't win them all if you don't win the first one. So, yeah. Big thanks to Sven, though, for carrying the team this week.
Sven, you got anyone to thank?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates who might be in this room right now. And yeah, shout out to Antonio and Gio and Koffa who did multiple races today, and were in the voice chat with us talking. And yeah, it's always good to have your teammates there to support you.
Well done. You can go to bed now, Sven.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I'd feel bad if I didn't make sure that I thank the most important person in my life, my wife. So couldn't do all this without her. So cheers, baby.
Race leaders joining us that race leaders, race winners. We can get to second place on the podium as well. The Hungry Geckos are hopefully on the line with us as well. We've just heard from the winners and what a nerve-wracking final lap it was for them, but their nerves get them some level of release and catharsis. How about from where you guys were sitting?
Maybe I'll go first. That final thing was just ridiculous. So Sven checked me up a little bit in the entry to the bus stop. He got a slow down, and because of that, I got a slow down too. We were just playing chicken all the way to the finish line. Oh, that was brutal. All I had to do was take it easy. I went like 1 pixel over the entry curb and just, yeah.
Guys had a great race. It was so close at the end. You've got a second place in your tally now as we look forward to some of the remaining enduro races of the ChampCar iRacing series as well. It could still be a valuable result.
Yeah, I think that'll help us out a lot just in the championship. But that was a really fun race. I know DJ was unbelievably fast on that first stint and just kind of got out and took a huge lead there, but we started to find the pace towards the second stint for each of us and feel like we drove pretty well. And overall, that was a fun race. A little bit goofy over the finish line, looked real clumsy. I kind of thought DJ might win it for a second, but yeah, it was a lot of fun.
A couple little strategy curveballs out there, for you guys, around fuel, tires, drive time. We had one yellow as well that was, I guess, at a weird time for any of the leading cars. So how did you think you were going to play the strategy out? How did you play the strategy out as it happened? And are you happy with the decisions you made there?
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake I think we made was going full length on the third stint. I should have come in a little bit early because I think I had a 2.5 second lead over Albert. And if we stopped a little bit early and had that fresh tire advantage, we might have been able to maintain that gap big enough to break the draft. But then when we stopped and had the cold tires first lap, they caught right back up into the draft, and then it was just sort of a fight right to the finish. So that was probably the only mistake that we made. We should have stopped a little bit sooner, but other than that, it was a pretty clean-ish race minus the early incident.
Yeah, I do want to say to everybody, sorry to Chris Walsh again. I was the one who accidentally took you out. That was a mistake of mine. I just got too close to you and then couldn't get off once we touched. Sorry, I ruined your race.
So what's 2024 got in store for you guys as far as iRacing, real racing? What are you looking forward to? What's the plans, goals, ambitions?
So iRacing wise, we'll try to make as many of these races as we can. But our E30's back. So we were the guys at Road Atlanta last year that ended up as a 3-wheeled car. Shook the car down at AMP a couple of weeks ago, and it, for landing on the fuel cell and subframe, it feels really straight after it's been put back together and off the frame machine. So we'll probably keep it a little bit light, but maybe a couple few races at the end of this year to shake the car down and develop it. But we're just we're happy to get the car back out on track, and it feels familiar still. So I don't think there's any major issues or major damage with the car. So we'll be back out on track with everybody, hopefully, in a few months.
When a gecko's hungry, what is it hungry for?
So we bought our car and there was a live gecko in the trunk and there was a dead cockroach in the door. So we fed the gecko a cockroach. It didn't like it. And it also didn't like the fact that it existed in Buffalo winter because it came from Florida. So that's where the gecko got the hunger from, the dead cockroach that was in the door.
Fair enough. You guys lastly got any, thanks or shout outs or whatever you want to deliver?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Sven. He drove a really good stint, and DJ, especially in the beginning, was incredibly fast. We lost the draft immediately, and I was regretting that because as soon as he broke that, he was in a different league.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. We don't have to wait too long for the next enduro at Watkins Glen in the BMW and Porsche. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. We'll keep our eyes out for you. And overall, a great race from you guys. Podium results, second, and just, you got to be in it to win it, but only one person can. So well done to you guys.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Dennis Federation and Christian Peeler from Hungry Geckos there, and good to hear that they are looking forward to getting back out on track with the ChampCar Endurance Series this year. And there's one last team to have a word with. They join us now, the third place finishers, Paul Darling and DJ Alessandrini from Lizard Brains podcast. I mean, it's a big race. Lots of things happen, but that final stint there, DJ,
it was a roller coaster.
You thought you were in it. You thought you had it. You thought you were out of it. You maybe thought you were back in it again, man. Like,
yeah, and then I got just a box of neutrals. Like, we were always going to be on the back foot that race because Paul was doing the GR86 esports thing, like Crawford was. I believe Crawford was in it, right, Paul?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so, and I knew, like, we were going to have to make an extra stop because just the way, like, the timing lined up where I was going to have to stop, like, halfway through my second stint just due to drive time. So we knew we were going to have to make an extra stop, but my thought was if we could break the draft in the beginning and I just pump laps in, we could get whatever lead we need to, like, as an extra buffer. But that yellow flag just completely, like kind of disintegrated all that.
I love being right because both of your competitors said that you got a slowdown, but I was like, that looks like he just got it stuck in neutral. So I can pat myself on the back there, but that's a weird little issue. Didn't seem to happen to you any other point in the race.
Nope, just there. My shifter slipped a little bit. I just have a thrustmaster like clamped to a piece of Lumistrut, and it moved a little bit when I shifted down to fourth, and I just held the clutch for like another second, made a quick glance down to the shifter just to be like, it is in fourth and not in second, right? Because that would be dumb to blow up the engine. And then I was like, yep, fourth. And then when I let out of the clutch, I think I also got in throttle, so then the RPMs are too high for it to drop into gear or something. I don't know. This transmission's a little bit of a mystery to me. Sometimes it's great. Like I was telling Paul, through the first half of the race, I'm like, man, I should drive this thing more. This thing's actually kind of enjoyable. And then when that happened, I was like, oh yeah, that's why I don't drive this thing.
Well, there's a rotated cast of cars if you're going to join us again for any of the later enduro rounds of the ChampCar iRacing series. Paul, you did your best little contribution as well, just to try to be in the fight all the way to the end and watching on at the end, I assume.
Yeah, I was just there to split DJ's max drive time. Yeah, all of my practice was devoted elsewhere in Forge, so I was definitely off the pace. DJ was doing some insane lap times to try and pull that early gap and then catch back up at the end. So most all that credit goes to him, but just unfortunate with the box of neutrals there, taking us out of the contention.
Paul made the setup, and the setup was money.
It is 3 years old.
Yep, it's a good 3-year-old setup.
Well, this generation of Ford Mustang is 20 at a minimum, so what could have changed?
Yeah, this car has not changed in a long time.
It got V7 tires. You know, you could use literally the same setups from the V6 tires to the V7 tires. You just had to like drop the rear ride height and it was still good. Like the car's been the same forever.
Well, congrats on the podium, guys, and within 1 second of the win in the end there, you were closing, you were hunting, and you put on a great show, and I'm glad to have you and wish you the best. You got any thanks or final closing remarks from Daytona?
I don't have any, so I'll let DJ do his thing.
Oh, yeah. Check out my podcast with Tom O'Gorman. He's my co-host. I have guests on there. Sometimes I think Paul's been on the podcast. Paul has been on the podcast.
Nope, I have not yet.
Jesus. Okay. Well, now I'm called out. Paul will be a guest shortly on the podcast. So if you'd like to hear more from Paul, just tune in. Lizard Brains podcast. We have a Discord. It's a good time. So just Google that and you'll find it. I don't have like QR codes or anything.
Righto, cheers, guys.
Yep.
All right, thanks
Thank
guys.
you,
We
David and Mike.
appreciate you.
There we go. Paul Darling and DJ Alessandrini from Lizard Brains podcast. One last look at the results. It was a nail biter all the way to the end. The duel between Team Huge Ass, Hungry Geckos, and Lizard Brains podcast. Every team that started the race seeing the checkered flag after 4 hours, 25 minutes of racing around the road course of Daytona International Speedway. Remember that next weekend, the ChampCar Endurance Series is racing for real with 14 hours of racing at Daytona International Speedway. And go to forum.champcar.org, check out the iRacing section, or find us on Discord or wherever. Come join us. Come racing in the ChampCar iRacing series. Next round is the Toyota GR86 at Silverstone, Wednesday, April 17th. The Wednesday beforehand will also be a practice race if you want to drop in, practice, get to know everyone, get comfortable with the ChampCar iRacing series. And it's not too far away until May 11 when we have the next Team Enduro at Watkins Glen. Porsche, Cayman, and BMW M4 in that one should be very, very interesting and have a lot of cars that are in tribute to real ChampCar Endurance Series. Hungry Geckos, for example, could probably paint a BMW M4 pretty similar to a BMW E30. I've been David Haynes. Michael Derby's been in the production chair all the way through. Thank you to all the drivers who stopped by to have a chat with us as well. And we'll see you on HJBC for Spec 5 World Tour and also the ChampCar iRacing series all through this year. Forum.champcar.org. We'll see you at Silverstone Wednesday, April 17th. Congrats to Team Huge Ass, winner of the ChampCar iRacing Daytona 4 hours and 24.